Good evening, everyone, and welcome. I'd like to call this January 11th, 2021 meeting of the Bloomington City Council to order. As we always do, we'll start our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you would please stand and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Christensen, if we could please call the roll of the council.
Sorry, I lost my unmute button there. All right. Councilmember Beloga, I understand, is running a little late. Councilmember Carter?
Present.
Councilmember Coulter?
Present.
Councilmember Lohman?
Here.
Councilmember Martin?
Present.
Councilmember Nelson? Councilmember Nelson?
Here.
Thank you. Mayor Bussey?
Here. 6 of the 7 Bloomington City Council members are present. As was stated, Councilmember Beloga, I think, is running a bit late. We expect him shortly, and we'll announce him as he arrives. Item 3 on our agenda is the approval of the agenda. Council, do we have any changes to this evening's agenda? Changes or additions to the agenda? Hearing none, I would look for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Martin and a second by Councilmember Carter to approve this evening's agenda. And for the record, I do see that Councilmember Beloga has joined us now. Ms. Christensen, if you could please call the roll.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
I think Councilmember Nelson was having some technical difficulties. I
Yeah.
saw him freeze up a couple of times.
Aye.
There he is.
Thank you. Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion to approve the agenda passes 7-0. So we have an agenda. We can move on to item 4 on our agenda. And if you tuned in last week, you know that item 4 on the agenda is now our public comment period. What we wanted to do was move public comment to the front of the agenda for a couple of reasons. First of all, to make sure that there is a regular and predictable time that public comment would come up. And sometime around here, about 6:05 would be about the time, if you were looking to participate in public comment, that would be about the time to join us. And the other idea being, of course, if what you wanted to do was be part of public comment, but not stick around for the rest of the meeting, this frees up the rest of your meeting, or of your evening as well. So we will go on to public comment, and our first part of the public comment period is, of course, a response to last week's public comments. Mr. Verbrugge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Good evening. Last week at the city council meeting under public comment, Natalie Morose asked the council about the issue related to public health funding that had been identified when the council was going through its assessment of public health a couple of years ago. And we had been working towards trying to get some clarification under what we saw as an interpretation of state statute regarding the question about taxation for public health services, being that we're providing it at a local level within a county that also provides public health services. The basis of Ms. Morose's question was that the county owes the city money. We have been operating from the perspective that we're trying to get clarification of what the state statute says. The county disagrees with the city on the interpretation of the statute. At this time, we are pursuing legislative clarification, and we're working with our city lobbyists to do that. Council is aware of that. Also, we are maintaining an open dialogue with Hennepin County around discussions of public health services and this particular issue. So that's the update, Mr. Mayor, in response for Ms. Morose from last week.
Council, any questions to Mr. Verbrugge's response to last week's public comment period? Hearing none, we can move on to item 4.2, which is the public comment period. It's a 20-minute period at the that we host at each council meeting, allowing residents to come forward and speak to the council for up to 5 minutes on items not on tonight's agenda. You can see the phone number on your screen now if you'd like to call in, the phone number and the conference ID. Please participate if you would like. As I've explained in the past, but I'll continue to explain, each speaker will get 5 minutes, and we'll stick to that 5-minute limit because we want to make sure that everybody has the equal amount of time to address the issue that they would like to talk about. So we will be keeping time, and when we get to the 5-minute period, we will be ending the comment by that individual speaker. The council will not be responding to any of the public comments unless it's an obvious fact that needs to be corrected. For example, saying that Christmas is on December 26th. We will correct an obvious fact or answer a question that is coming up that is a basic fact that can be answered very quickly and easily. But beyond that, what we'll do is allow for the speaker to speak, and then we'll respond at next week's meeting. That's what item 4.1 is, with the response to the previous meeting's comments. So with that, we will open this evening's public comment period. Ms. Wilson, do we have any callers online for this evening's public comment period?
Jerome, this is Chris. Can you hear me?
Yes, Chris, I can hear you.
Great. Jerome, do we have any callers for agenda item 4.2, the public comment period?
Yes, and if you wish to speak for this agenda, please press *1 now. We have Gary Gervin who wishes to speak. Your line is now open.
No, sir. My comment is for section 7.1, the Verizon expansion, so I don't want to speak at this time. I want to wait till item 7 on the agenda comes up.
Good evening, Mr. Guerin. We will definitely have time for you on item 7.1. So, yeah, I understand that you're not looking to speak here on public comment, but we'll look for you on 7.1. So, no, we're looking for anyone who's willing or looking to speak for item 4.2, the public comment period.
Jerome, any other callers?
No further listeners who wishes to speak for this item. You may continue.
So we have no callers online. Council, with your indulgence, what I would like to do, typically what we do then is hold the council or the public comment period open for the 20 minutes or close to the 20 minutes. What I would like to do is, since we are at a predictable time, that people know when the public comment period is going to start, that they would be able to get here if they really did want to participate in the public comment period. So if the council will indulge, I would like to begin the habit of, if we have no callers on the line, that we have exhausted the public comment period and take the opportunity to close the public comment period and move on with the rest of the agenda rather than doubling back later in the meeting. For example, we'll get through the consent business. Once we get into item 7.1, it could be at least an hour before we would get back to that 20-minute period for the public comment period. I don't think it makes any sense. So what I would like to do, again, with nodding approval, or with or without the nodding approval of the council, I think if we get into the habit of closing the public comment period when we are done with the speakers who are calling in for the public comment period. Councilmember Coulter, thoughts?
Thank you, Mayor. I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to that in principle. I would just say, the consent agenda can be sometimes kind of unpredictable as far as time, but if we could maybe just allow a few minutes after that for folks who may have gotten in like just under the wire or something like that. I don't necessarily oppose the idea in principle. I think we just want to make sure that we're not accidentally cutting someone off who called in, 10 seconds too late or something like that.
Councilmember Lohman?
I think that going forward, if you want to do that with what Councilmember Coulter just mentioned, makes sense. I just have a problem with doing it tonight, except for if you want to do it after the consent agenda, that totally makes sense to me. I think with our technical difficulties, folks can sometimes have a difficult time trying to get in. And I'd hate to put us in a position where we want to try to open that up because we've got a couple people waiting. But I think now that you've kind of declared that today, and I'm sure you're going to continue to say that, kind of going forward, we can get the general public into the idea, the mindset that this is going to be at the beginning of the meeting, maybe no later than the consent agenda. Once that gets passed on, we're going to move on. So yeah, I just don't want you to do it today. I want you to wait till after that consent agenda and close it down, because I don't people don't necessarily know.
Understood, and that sounds reasonable, and I agree with both. It does make sense, especially the first time we're looking to adopt this. I think it does make sense. So we will do this. We'll leave the public comment period open. We'll go through our consent business, and then we'll double back one last time and check for folks. So very good. So we will leave the public comment period open, and we will move on to item 6, which is our consent business. Councilmember Martin has the consent calendar this evening. Councilmember Martin.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So far I have a hold for item 6.3. I guess one last call if anybody has additional items to hold. Okay. Seeing none, Mayor, I will go ahead and move approval of items 6.1, 6.2, and 6.4 through 6.6.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Martin and a second by Councilmember Carter to adopt the consent agenda as stated. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga? Oops, I don't see him online again. Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 6-0 to accept the consent agenda as stated. Item 6.3, Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to pause here and highlight, obviously, 2020 and the first few weeks of 2021 have been a pretty crazy time for everybody, but especially our first responders. So I wanted to give a huge shout out and thank you to a couple of groups that provided some support. First, a thank you to Larkin Hoffman, who provided a substantial donation to our Holiday Helpers in Blue program through BPD. And then also a thank you to the Home Depot Foundation, who issued a grant dollars to provide Milwaukee cordless power tools and accessories to outfit some of our fire department apparatus to use at incident scenes. So those two gifts, we had a couple other folks that were supporting our police department as well. And just a huge thank you in a difficult time to have the community and our business partners stepping up to provide support. That goes a long way. And I'm happy to go ahead and make the motion that we adopt the resolution to accept these donations as listed and issue appropriate thank yous.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Martin and a second by Councilmember Coulter to accept donations and to send appropriate thank yous to all those folks who were kind enough to donate to the city. Council, any further discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga? Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Ms. Wilson.
Denise, could you call Councilmember Beloga one more time? He's with us by phone, and we're just trying to make sure he's unmuted.
Sure. Councilmember Beloga?
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're looking for your vote for the acceptance of donations.
Yes, aye.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Beloga. With that, we approve item 6.3 on a 7-0 vote. Thank you very much. Thanks, Ms. Wilson, for flagging that. I do appreciate it. That completes our consent business. Before we do go on to our hearings, resolutions, and ordinances, we will make one final call for our public comment period this evening. As I said, if we started at a set time, I like to be able to think that folks would know exactly when we're going to get to it. And I also don't want to have people holding on. If we get into the 7.1, the Verizon wireless expansion, it's going to be at least an hour before we would get back to folks, and I would hate to have them hanging on that long. So, Ms. Wilson, if you could make one more call for item 4.2, the public comment period.
Jerome, do we have any callers for agenda item 4.2, public comment period?
Yes, if you wish to speak for agenda item number 4.2, please press star 1 on your telephone. And we have the line of Miss Linda Fletcher. Your line's now open.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Bussey.
Good evening. Welcome, Ms.
Hello?
Fletcher. Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. I'm back again. Last week, I called and on the on this same agenda item number, and asked a question that I expected to be answered tonight, and it wasn't answered. And the question that I asked, it related to the Verizon proposal, and I asked the city what kind of redress the public has during this, when there is no violation technically by Verizon, but people can't sleep at night.
Understood. And Ms. Fletcher,
I also wrote that, yeah.
What I think we did was just because your question at the public comment period rolls into item 7.1, the Verizon wireless expansion, which is on the agenda this evening. I'm assuming that it will be addressed at that time. So you're jumping the gun by just a little bit here, but yes, we'll definitely.
No, not a problem. I just thought, they didn't answer it. I'm calling up.
Yep, understood. Understood.
No, that's fine. I'll wait till then and hope I'll be satisfied with getting an answer at that time. That's
Very good.
fine. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you much.
Okay, bye now.
Bye now.
Okay.
Jerome, do we have any other callers?
No further listeners who wishes to speak. You may continue, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Jerome. With that, we will close item 4.2, our public comment period for this evening, and move on to item 7.1 under our hearings, resolutions, and ordinances, which is the Verizon wireless expansion. And Council, as you know, we did take this up originally at our last meeting and had a number of questions, had a lengthy discussion on a number of questions on this item. And this is for an expansion of approximately 17,000 square feet at the Verizon Wireless Data Center located at 10801 Bush Lake Road. So here's what I would like to do, because we asked specific questions that we wanted answered here. So what I'd like to hear from our staff and get a staff report on all of this. Call on some Verizon folks to respond to the council questions from our December 21st meeting. And then I would like to, even though officially the public hearing was closed on this, we closed it at our last meeting, what I would like to do is allow 10 minutes for Mr. Gary Guerin to make additional comments and take additional testimony from him, speaking on behalf of the appellants here, the folks who are opposing the expansion. And then allow time for each council member to ask questions, whether it's of additional questions from Verizon or Mr. Guerin, and we can gather the information that we do need, again, in our quasi-judicial role here, and to gather the information we need and the facts that we need to make an ultimate decision on this. So that is my plan. That is what I would like to do as we move forward here. So as we start with our city staff report, Mr. Centenario from our planning department, I know he is with us this evening. Mr. Centenario, good evening and welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to go ahead and share my presentation. Please let me know if you can see that.
Yes, we can. Looks good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So item 7.1, as the mayor introduced, is a final site and building plan application for an expansion of existing Verizon wireless facility. And that's at 10801 Bush Lake Road. I'll go just real briefly touch on agency action timeline. There's been several meetings related to this application, but state statute requires that local governments take action on development applications within 60 days. However, we are allowed to extend that to 120 days if there's a good reason to. You know, most of the time it's because a city council meeting falls just beyond that 60-day deadline, so we automatically extend it to 120 days. Otherwise, in this case, because additional information was sought from staff and the applicant, we did extend it. But due to the extended nature of this application, the applicant voluntarily extended the deadline to January 31st, so the end of this month. So in terms of city council action, we're hearing it again tonight, of course, and then the last regularly scheduled city council meeting would be the 25th to take action on this application. Again, the facility, it's an existing facility at Bush Lake Road in West Old Shakopee. Louisiana Avenue is to the east. And we have, again, one of these land use transition areas where we have industrial development to the east and to the south. commercial development immediately to the west, but then we have residential development beyond that to the north, northwest, and southwest. The application is for an expansion of a little under 17,000 square feet, outlined in green on this graphic here. Again, this is for an expansion of existing telecommunication facility. So primarily the use would be for a data center. This is a key site for Verizon Wireless and handles a lot of the networking in our region. To refresh folks' memories on the primary source of discussion is related to mechanical equipment. And on this graphic, the blue outline and the blue text relates to existing mechanical equipment, existing generators, condensers, and chillers and dry coolers. So a lot of the noise generating equipment that we've been discussing is to keep the network equipment cool. But then because this is critical infrastructure, they also have generators, and those generators need to be tested on a regular basis. So blue is existing, and then the red, of course, is what's being proposed, and in addition to the physical building expansion. So a lot of discussion and the questions that were raised by residents and the city council relate to, a lot of it relates to noise, and hopefully we'll address those questions. But just to reiterate how the MPCA establishes standards for noise. So the city has some standards related to noise in city code. However, there is a preemption through the MPCA standards that we have that are applied to this site. So primarily what we're looking at are the two numbers that are highlighted here, and that's for receiver type. So the standards are measured from a point source, meaning the Verizon facility, to a receiver. In this case, the most restrictive receiver is residential development, and that's to the north and to the southwest. So this is a graphic from the modeling that was completed by the applicant's acoustics engineer. So it identifies what is the predicted noise based on the existing as well as the proposed equipment. So this is a graphic that you've seen before. We just wanted to include it again. It identifies two areas, area 1 and 2, and then it identifies the predicted noise level, and that does demonstrate compliance. So under the 50 decibel threshold. And these are noise-related conditions of approval that we have previously recommended and continue to recommend. One is a condition related to expanding the modeling to a little farther north, including Daisy Circle. There was some concern that the model didn't quite go far enough and due to elevation change, that could be impactful. And so Daisy Circle is a little higher in elevation and therefore should be included in the modeling. And the applicant has not objected to doing that prior to a permit. What's critical is that once, if approved and the mechanical equipment is installed, that before they are permitted to occupy and operate in this facility, that there be post-installation noise testing. And that is so, a model is a model, but the post-installation actual measurements are critical to confirming that the applicant would be meeting MPCA noise requirements. And so we're proposing that as a prior to certificate of occupancy condition. And a third condition, after occupancy, the applicant would be required to provide at least some testing of very cold temperatures. There's a lot of discussion on how sound travels based on temperature. And there's concern about that on really cold nights that the modeling would not be accurate. So we added a condition related to measurements at really cold temperatures. So to address some of the questions directly that were brought up by residents as well as the city council, a lot of those questions related to how the Pollution Control Agency or MPCA would view the study and to ensure that city staff as well as the applicant was using the correct methodology and standards. And so staff did have a discussion with MPCA staff. There was enforcement staff as well as the representative attorney as well as enforcement staff. And so we asked them to provide an opinion on the noise study submitted by the applicant. Namely, this was to ask the MPCA, is the applicant, in your estimation, providing a good use of the standards? Are they doing it correctly? The MPSA chose not to provide an opinion, indicating that they do not review these types of noise studies for development. We also asked if an MPCA representative would be willing to attend the meeting to address some of the questions. They declined to do so. And one of the third central questions was, how should the noise study address ambient noise, or essentially just noise other than the Verizon facility specifically? On West Old Shakopee Road, obviously, a lot of that relates to traffic. So you have a lot of traffic noise in this particular area of the city. But then you also might have some adjacent industrial noise from nearby facilities. And that's not noise that's generated from Verizon, but it still could contribute to the overall noise levels. And MPCA staff pointed towards a couple pages in the guide to noise control. That was included in the packet. And we'll address that a little bit more in a moment. So a little more information on ambient noise. The question is Verizon Wireless responsible for ambient noise? Essentially, do they have to take into account traffic noise, for example, that's not created on their property? And the answer is that they do not. Verizon is not responsible for ambient noise. The guidelines from MPCA do identify that the noise study should correct for background noise. To provide just a little bit of additional information related to that, I pulled out a little bit of the methodology, the measurement methodology in Minnesota rules. And under the measurement procedures, it identifies that the microphone that should be used must protect from against ambient conditions, which would prevent an accurate measurement. And then going to page 12 of the guide for noise control, one of the pages that were referenced by MPCA staff, essentially identifies how a study should correct for ambient noise. Also, at the last meeting on the 21st, there was concern about the MPCA conducting an investigation into the Verizon facility, and the council and the residents and staff wanted to know more about that. You know, if there was some sort of violation or something that changed that we weren't aware of, that could be germane to our review. And so we did reach out to MPCA, and the review that they conducted was to determine whether or not Verizon Wireless was required to procure an air emissions permit from MPCA. And at some level, industrial facilities or any facilities that have emissions, they reach a certain threshold where they are required to have an air emissions permit from MPCA. And because this site has generators, both existing and proposed, it was relevant for MPCA to do that review. What they concluded, however, is that they do not require an air emissions permit is not required. And that included both the existing and the proposed generators. And so one of the impacts of that air emissions permit process, as we were told by MPCA staff, is that when an air emissions permit is required, the MPCA will automatically include noise measurement as part of their process. But because this does not require such a permit, they rely on local municipal agencies to enforce the noise standards. City Council also wanted staff to address potential property value impacts. You know, the idea being that because of the industrial noise, that could have a negative impact on residential property values near the facility. And so the city assessing staff conducted an analysis of 2 comparable single-family areas, as well as 2 comparable townhome areas. And they tried to isolate for noise, which admittedly is really difficult to do. But their analysis essentially, they concluded that they could not demonstrate any negative value impact due to the facility or due to residential development being near the Verizon facility. And this is a graphic that just identifying the different areas this graphic specifically for the single family residential area. So they tried to find comparable areas in which to study. So this is single family development. And then this area, so there's also the townhome development to the southwest of the Verizon facility. So assessing staff also analyzed comparable townhome developments within the city of Bloomington. One additional issue was brought to our attention by Councilmember Nelson, and that related to landscape yard requirements in the IP district. And the text of the code requires a 40-foot landscape area between the street and parking stalls, and that was missed during the review. So it was our intent during the industrial overhaul code amendments that we conducted a couple years ago, or completed a couple years ago, was to bring that the landscape area in alignment with the rest of the industrial districts. However, when we looked at the actual text of the code amendment, excuse me, it wasn't included. So this is something that has to be addressed by the applicant. I've identified the area in the red dashed area that is out of compliance, and have spoken with the applicant about this particular issue, and they indicated they're committed to compliance and that they will adjust the site plan as needed. And to address that specifically, we are recommending a small revision to recommended condition number 1. Essentially, that just means the language would be amended to ensure that the parking plans are revised to meet that landscape yard between the parking and the street. So with that, staff is recommending approval. The Planning Commission approved this development in November, which was subsequently appealed to the City Council. Staff is recommending approval, but we do have 2 different motions for your consideration. The top motion requests that the City Council extend or continue the item till January 25th and direct staff to prepare a resolution approving the project. And then the recommended condition below, again, requests that the council continue the item to January 25th, but prepare a resolution denying the project based on the reasons set forth by the City Council. I do know that the applicant has submitted a presentation within the packet, and they would like to present that to you. But before the council would like to hear that, I'm happy to answer any initial questions.
Actually, Mr. Centenario, why don't we hold off on questions? We'll get to questions after we hear the 3 different presentations, if we could. So, council, if you could jot down any questions you might have for Mr. Centenario, and we'll double back to them as we get to them. And yes, now I would like to recognize and call our Verizon representatives to come forward, understanding that they have a presentation, and give them the opportunity to respond to some of the council questions from December 21st.
Mike, who would you suggest I start with?
Chris, I think it might be best to start off with Mr. Pannebecker, who is the architect, but then perhaps rather quickly we would ask Mr. Tony Baxter, the sound engineer, to present their information.
All right, I will get them both.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Pannebecker. Can you hear me? Mr. Pannebecker, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Good evening. Welcome. Thanks for being here this evening.
Yeah, I'd like to quickly let Mr. Baxter present his slideshow that he prepared, because I think it will answer quite a few questions that were raised during the last meeting when we were discussing the project. But I did want to just make a few points prior to that, and just reiterate that this facility is a critical facility supporting cell phone coverage as well as 911 calls, and it's the expansion is intended to maintain the facility in the increasing usage of texts and photos and phone calls and the implementation of of 5G, in the future. It is required or provided with required redundant equipment. And just as an example, we showed 2 generators in the plan that you see. However, one generator can support the addition in the infrastructure in it, but there's redundant equipment, so there's a second generator to allow for a failure or lack of that engine, one of the generators starting, so that even in an emergency or under less than ideal conditions, when the facility loses power, the facility can continue to operate and maintain that cell service when it's really needed, in some situation. I wanted to address, there were some questions regarding the generator runtime and the maintenance, and there's 3 generators in the existing site. There's a small generator that's used for life safety within the building, and that is tested once a month, usually the first Wednesday of each month. And the 2 larger generators are for the data center, the IT portion of the facility. They're tested every other week throughout the year. Typically, the generators run for about 45 minutes each time they're tested, to allow for warm up, and then for putting them through the test, and then they need a period of time to cool down before they're shut off. And that gives a total maintenance operation for the small generator of about 10 hours per year, and for the larger ones it's about 20 hours a year. And the state allows 100 hours per each generator for maintenance and testing. So this facility is well below the window that they're allowed for maintenance. And then, in an emergency situation, when the facility loses power, they're allowed to run on generator until the power is restored. There have been some concerns in the past, as were raised during the last meeting, and we just wanted to point out Verizon has taken steps in the past regarding noise concerns. In 2009, an acoustic wall was built around to the south of the building at the dry coolers to reduce the noise. And in 2017, a sound barrier was built to the north to address concerns regarding the existing generators. And since that time, measurements that have been conducted privately by Verizon as well as by the city have shown that Verizon is in compliance with the noise limits. And we've taken steps as well to make sure that the new equipment is operating as quietly and within the requirements as we can, providing acoustic barrier as well as a solid masonry screen wall around the air handling units. And the generators are within a large acoustical steel enclosure, and photos of that being installed at another Verizon facility were included in the packet that everyone received. And we've also taken steps to reduce the emissions, even though the current generators, are operating well below the limits that are defined. We've provided a scrubber, an oxidation catalyst on the exhaust of the 2 new generators, which removes a fair amount of the pollutants that are generated by that generator, and that would have to be permitted through the city. We just want to point, Verizon, has met and is planning to meet all of the objective requirements. The city's planning commission found that, Verizon complied with city and state requirements, and we feel that this is an important expansion to allow Verizon to continue to provide the service that its customers expect. Um, I'd like to ask if Mr. Baxter could walk the council and Mr. Mayor through through his presentation and address some of the sound and noise issues and how the report was prepared and what some of the criteria are that went into that.
Good evening, Mr. Baxter. Welcome.
Good evening. Mayors, council members, thank you for this opportunity to present our work and hopefully answer questions and address some of the concerns that have come up. I'll ask Mr. Centenario if he can forward the slides as we go through this. There are more slides here than we'll talk about, but I added them so if there were questions we could come back and address them. Just a summary here. What I'd like to do is explain who's done the work, what was done, how it was done, and what the results were. The work, just as an overview here, was done by qualified, experienced engineers in this field using standard calculation methods that are published by the American National Standards Institute. As requested by the Planning Commission and by the Council, we considered ambient noise. We looked at ambient noise in the environment. We used sound power data for the equipment that wasn't fabricated. It came from equipment manufacturers. And we used what we call worst case, but they're the worst case realistic assumptions about how the equipment's going to operate and about environmental conditions. And the results show that the noise levels from the new edition, plus existing noise from Verizon, meet the MPCA code requirements. And further, I think it's important that in the end, Verizon is going to need to prove or to show, or people can measure whether or not the facility meets those code requirements. It's not something that can be hid. I think this is not in Verizon's interest to build a facility that does not meet the code requirements and that they can't occupy. They wouldn't spend this type of money to do that. Okay, Mr. Centenario, if you could forward one. But one of the questions that's come up is what's ESI's involvement in this? Who are they working for? The project is a Verizon project. Verizon is the owner. Morrison Hirschfield is providing architecture and engineering services. They're the lead on the design. And then there are a number of sub-consultants. One sub-consultant is local, is Sunday. They're in Bloomington. ESI Engineering, we're doing noise control work on the project. We're also here in Bloomington. It's a design, bid, build project. Right now, the design is complete, but it has not gone to bid yet. With the exception of preparing for these meetings and making some measurements on site under different conditions, we've had very little to no interaction with Verizon. Our work has been with the engineering team that's being led by Morrison Hirschfield. Okay, the next page. So ESI Engineering, who are we? What are our qualifications? We're an engineering firm based here in Bloomington since 1970. We were spun off from the University of Minnesota by a group of professors and graduate students who provide engineering services to architecture and engineering firms, to equipment manufacturers, to manufacturing facilities. We do a lot of work in hospitals and research laboratories, and very sensitive microelectronics laboratories or manufacturing facilities. We've also done work for cities and counties and state agencies. We have a real broad client base. We've done dozens and dozens of projects that are similar to this, whether it's for telephone companies or it's for other buildings and facilities. Environmental noise control is something that we do a lot of work in. My background is mechanical engineering. I've been at ESI since 2000. I've been licensed as as a professional engineer since '92, and in Minnesota since sometime in the mid '90s. I didn't look it up, whether it was '94, '95, '96. I don't recall when Minnesota was licensed. I do a lot of work in the area of noise control. Probably half of my work is in the area of acoustics and noise control. The other half is in vibration. Here's my picture. See, I'm a real person. The other person on this job that has been doing work is Andrew Schmidt. Andrew's background is physics, and he has a master's in acoustics from Princeton Polytechnic Institute. You know, what have we been asked to do in this project? Well, it's a very typical design analysis project for us. We gather information, we establish design goals for our work. We make measurements if necessary, when necessary. We make assumptions, we use our judgment, we develop concepts, we perform analysis and compare the results to design goals or criteria requirements. We develop methods for design for noise control. We do, again, we revise our analysis for those mitigation methods that are put into the calculations. We determine if they now meet the design goals. We prepare reports, we review documents and submittals and questions from contractors, and very often we go out and make post-construction measurements. In this case, we're working for the design team, who's contracted to Verizon. Our measurements are for Verizon's use. It's one of the criticisms, I think, is that ESI is going to go out and make sure this by measurement that the facility meets. Anybody's welcome to make measurements. We were in our scope of work, we're asked to make measurements for Verizon, to tell Verizon if the facility is meeting the requirements. We also participate in these city meetings. Okay, the next slide. I put some slides in here just on the basics of acoustics and noise, and you know, sound that we hear and noise are pressure waves in air. Could you go to the next slide? The important thing here is we don't evaluate noise in units of pressure. We don't say it's that was 3 nano psi. That was pretty loud. We use a level, and it's a logarithmic level. And you can see the equation there. You know, the sound pressure level is 20 times the log of the pressure that's measured over a reference. And go to the next slide, please. The human ear is pretty amazing. We can hear very, very low levels of sound down to 0 decibels is the threshold of hearing, to very, very high levels of sound. One thing the ear can't do is distinguish very well between small changes in sound. We can't tell if the sound changes 1 decibel. It's just too small of a variation. It takes about 3 decibels, and these are generalities, I think. But it takes about 3 decibels for us to tell that the sound is actually changing. And at 5 decibels, it's a clearly noticeable change in sound. Twice as loud, typically we would say, is about 10 decibels. So this information comes out of the MPCA guide to noise control, by the way. And it's published in other places as well. The next slide. When you add sound, if you have a source that's at 70 and you add a second source at 70, you don't get 140. You have to add them logarithmically. 70 and 70 is 73 decibels. If you have 4 sources that are all at 73, the total is 76 decibels. You're adding 2 73s, so you add 3 more. 8 sources, 79 decibels. So there's a you have to keep that in mind. Let's go to the next slide, please. So again, here 50 plus 50 is not 100. 50 plus 50 is 53. A key thing will relate to our analysis. If you have a source that's at 50 and you add a second source that's at 40 decibels, together they will add to be just barely over 50, 50.4. We would round it down to 50. So two sources that are separated by 10 decibels, the sound level, the resulting sound level will be the higher value. So a 40 plus a 50 is 50. That's important to remember because we can use that to our advantage in how we do the analysis and what sources we need to look at. And we can make judgments as to what's important to add into the model. Okay, the next, which is a common procedure. You can go to the next slide. We'll skip past that one. When we do our modeling, we model all the sources on the site as a point source. So that little red dot in the middle there. And the way the sound pressures travel away from that source, they travel spherically. So as the pressure waves go away from the source, they're covering a larger and larger area, and the noise level is less and less as it travels away. It's called a spherical radiation. And you get 6 decibels of reduction for every doubling of distance away from the source. So we'll go to the next page. So if we have a source that's 70 decibels at 50 feet, at 100 feet, that source is 64 decibels. It drops 6 decibels in that 50 feet. And at 200 feet, it's another 6 decibels less. We would get, so from 70 to 64 at 100 to 58 at 200. At 400 feet, it would be 52. Our model, of course, accounts for that type of reduction. Go to the next slide, please. Of course, we don't have spherical spreading. We're on a hard surface. We're on the ground. We have a hemisphere. So we have to account for reflections off of the ground, which we do. We also can account for reflections off of building surfaces in our calculations. So the total noise that's being received by that person standing on the hill accounts for not only the direct noise from the source, but also the reflection off of the ground and off of nearby vertical surfaces. Okay, the next slide. There were questions about air absorption and how when sound travels through air through particularly at large distances, it's pretty complex. There's a lot of things going on. One of the things is the molecules. There are losses in pressure because of the molecules of the air in the air that are moving and causing friction and causing losses. And so the air has different absorption at different temperatures, and it's very nonlinear. So this question was asked at the last council meeting. What happens at colder temperatures and different humidities and things? We look at the bottom line there, 75% humidity, 86 degrees Fahrenheit, and slide over to the middle column at 500 hertz. We have a reduction in decibels per 1,000 feet of 0.8 decibels per 1,000 feet, less than 1 decibel in 1,000 feet at 500 hertz. And if we go to the very top number, 25% relative humidity in 59 degrees, it's at 0.7. It's a tenth of a decibel less. Up at the very top there, I calculated it at 0 degrees Fahrenheit and 25% relative humidity. At 500 hertz, it's 1.4 decibels. It's actually more at lower temperatures. But it's very nonlinear, and it's up and down, and it depends on what frequency you're at. What we do in our calculations, by the way, these are reductions. This is an attenuation in decibels per 1,000 feet. It doesn't get, the air doesn't add noise, air absorption. We just ignore it. And we ignore the reduction. Therefore, the resulting answer is conservative, and it's on the high side. Okay, go to the next slide, please. There are also questions about wind and the effects of wind. What wind does for downwind receivers is it tends to bend the sound waves down. So instead of a sound wave going spherically and going, up into the atmosphere, downwind propagation bends the sound wave down. It doesn't carry the sound wave, but it bends it downwards. Go to the next slide, please. There's a problem with this slide. There should be a yellow bar in here that shows a layer of warm air. For some reason, it's not showing up, at least in front of me here. But a temperature inversion, where you have a layer of warm air above the ground, tends to do the same thing. It bends the sound waves back down. The modeling techniques that we're using that are published in this ANSI standard include the effects of downwind propagation or a temperature inversion. The two don't happen at the same time, because if you have wind, you don't get temperature inversions. The turbulence breaks up the inversion. So it's an or condition. But the modeling techniques includes that, and it's a standard modeling technique. Okay, next slide. So here is this ANSI standard, and it's based on a European standard or an ISO standard. It was reaffirmed last summer, in June 22nd, 2020. So it's a current standard, and it says that it's a standard that to predict noise levels and meteorological conditions that are favorable to propagation, moderately downwind, or under a well-developed but moderate temperature inversion. And moderate winds in the standard are up to 11 miles an hour, 11.2 miles an hour. At faster wind conditions, and the question was asked, what happens when the winds are higher? Per the MPCA code, you don't even measure in those higher wind conditions, and not because that the wind can't cause the pressure waves to bend down at a greater rate, but because it's so windy outside, you have other noises that are louder than what you're trying to measure. The ambient noise goes up as well, and it also affects your measurements. It's hard to make a measurement in windy condition because the microphone is the turbulence of the air going past the microphone. So there are problems. What the standard says is that these conditions are chosen for stable propagation and also to provide for an appropriate condition for meeting a specific community noise level, i.e. a level which is seldom exceeded. This is, in the business, this is the method that we use to predict just this type of problem that we have at Verizon, what the noise levels are going to be in the surrounding. Next slide, please. These things that I just talked about on those slides, in this equation, we start with the equipment sound power level. We have this directivity correction that accounts for reflections. We account for geometric diversion, and we have a barrier. We're using barriers to help control noise from air handling units and other equipment. And then there's a group of terms called excess attenuation terms. That's the atmospheric absorption, ground attenuation. We ignore that because wintertime with hard surface with snow and ice versus summertime with grass, it's a different condition. Foliage, we don't really have much for trees here. Usually takes a very, very deep forest to get much attenuation from foliage. And then screening by houses. We have the first row of houses included in our model. We don't have the additional houses. What's important here is these are called excess attenuation terms. They only reduce the predicted sound level. They don't add to it. And we're ignoring those terms, which is common. So again, the resulting calculations should be conservative on the high side. Okay, the next slide, please. First point here, we're ignoring the excess attenuation terms. We're considering the loudest, I will say, realistic operating conditions. One of the questions that came up is, do we have to run the model at the maximum conditions that the equipment can possibly generate? And in my opinion, the answer is no. We have to put into the model what is realistic for the loudest operating conditions. And we'll talk here in a minute about, whether it's 5 units at 80% or 5 units at 100%. The loudest, the maximum operating condition will be 5 units at 80%. That's what we model. And then, of course, the model assumes the receivers are already downwind or there's a temperature inversion. We don't model all conditions, all summer conditions, all winter conditions, the equipment at maximum conditions or minimum conditions. We try to run the model for the worst case combination of conditions. And then we know if we're passing for those conditions, then we're okay for all conditions. A typical engineering approach to the problem. Okay. And we've talked about this already about the standard. You know, the design goal for us is 50 dBA nighttime. It's the state statute. What's good about this is we have a very clear, very objective standard that in the end is measurable. We can't hide that. You know, there's no conspiracy here to come up with a number that is lower than how this equipment's actually going to operate, because it's measurable. Okay, the next slide. You can go to the next one. One of the questions that always comes up is how many units are we including? In a project like this, you know, we're given drawings and some of the drawings that we got and we included in the first report were early drawings, and they showed a 6th air handling unit. That air handling unit wasn't ducted into the building. It was shown there, from what I understand from Mr. Panamaker, they put it there because there was space and they thought, well, geez, here's a spot. We've got room. If we needed to, we could drop in and have a spare unit. But there was never any intention to have a 6th air handling unit, is my understanding from the design team, to have a 6th unit. And the project doesn't need a 6th unit, and there isn't enough heat load in the building to require a 6th unit. And my understanding is similar with emergency generators. They showed a couple more out in the yard because they fit, but this project doesn't have any more than the 2 new emergency generators that are there. So I hope that clears it up. It came up in our drawing, in our report, it's not part of this project. We, in our modeling, what we have included in the calculations are the 5 air handling units that are shown in green, the new condensing units that are shown in purple at the top, and we've added in the existing dry coolers down at the bottom. The dry coolers are the loudest pieces of equipment on the site. The existing rooftop equipment is not loud. It's much quieter than the dry coolers. Again, that 10 dB difference, we just don't need to add it into the model because it doesn't add anything to the noise levels in the environment. Okay, next slide. I think we've talked about ambient in the past. I don't know that we need to repeat that. So go to the next slide. This is generator testing. Go to the next slide, please. This was a measurement that we made right on Old Shakopee on the north side of the Verizon property. And we did talk about this in the last meeting. What I've added here is just a line here to show where 50 dBA is as a nighttime requirement, and where 60 dBA is as a daytime requirement. And a significant amount of the time, the noise in the environment already is, now I want to say in that environment at location A along Old Shakopee, already exceeds the noise code. That's okay. I mean, it's not, we don't add that into our model. We don't need to account for that. We're responsible only for the Verizon noise and keeping Verizon noise below those levels. But there are other noise sources out in that environment. Primarily in this case, we can see there's a lot of traffic noise. That's what that is. Next slide, please. This was our model originally, and I've added on this top part to show Daisy Circle. And I know that the the board has asked for us to include Daisy Circle in our analysis. Unfortunately, there wasn't time to actually get it into the contour plots to show you tonight. But we have done hand calculations that I will show the results for Daisy Circle, separate from the contour plots that you will see. Go to the next slide, please. Our model assumes the 5 air handling units operating at 80% of fan speed. And it's the condenser fan speed. That we understand is, as far as noise goes, it will be the worst case operating condition for those air handling units. They will not need to run 5 at 100%. I like analogies a lot, and I hope this is a good one. I have an SUV, and if the road is long enough and I've got a tailwind, I might be able to get my car to go 120 miles an hour. I've never gotten a ticket in that car because I don't operate my car at 120 miles an hour. And MPCA code says not what you can do or what's possible, but how you operate. You can't exceed 50 dBA in the night. That's the code requirement. It doesn't. I don't think there is no intention or no need to operate the equipment at 100%. It's not necessary to do that analysis. So I hope that answers that question. And there is no conspiracy that 5 was picked as some number just to show compliance with some code. That's not what we've done here. And I can tell you, again, we have not been directed by Verizon to on any of these assumptions. These are numbers that are coming from the design team, not from Verizon. Okay, next slide, please. So here are the results of that analysis, and I've added this part for Daisy Court, separate from the contour plot. It wasn't a surprise to me. I show it as less than 44 only because of the colors down below. But Daisy Court, there's not something up there that's suddenly going to cause this noise levels in that area to go above 50. That's not the way this is working. It's farther away from the sources, and the noise continues to reduce. We're using location 1 here, just to the north of the air handlers. Kind of hard to see that small number. And then to the southwest, location 2. Location 1 for these worst case conditions includes both dry cooler and new equipment noise. We get 48 dBA. And at location 2, we get 47 dBA. Location 2 is primarily controlled by the existing noise from the dry cooler. And that's what I understand the city measured out there a number of weeks ago. They measured 45 to 47, I think was the number that we heard. So our calculation is right in line with what they predicted. And we have gone through steps to make sure that these numbers are real. We've gone through and done calculations by hand in addition to what our modeling is telling us. Next, please. Next page, please. Here I've got 2 slides that kind of summarize the conditions. Location 1 on the north side by Old Shakopee Road, the predicted noise levels. Nighttime is on the left, and the dry coolers by themselves at nighttime are 45 dBA, worst case conditions. Sorry, yeah, the dry coolers, that's existing. And then next to it in the purple is the new equipment, is also at 45 dBA. And then we have the ambient that was measured out there without traffic. The ambient, I don't remember the number, maybe it was 42. And if you sum all of those up, you end up at 49. Sorry, you end up at 40. Yeah, 40. I can't remember if the number is 49 or 48, but it's that green bar, which is below 50 dBA, and that includes the nighttime ambient, not from traffic, but from other sources. That nighttime ambient we measured, dry coolers were not running. And then during the daytime, again, you get the same levels for the dry coolers and the new equipment, but the ambient in the environment is significantly higher during the daytime. And that's what's, you know, we're the equipment from Verizon is well below 60 dB. And the generators at that 0.1 on the contour plot are also below 60 dBA daytime. Next slide, please. This slide shows kind of similar.
Mr. Baxter, if I could interrupt here, we're at about a half hour here, and I just want to make sure that we've got a lot to do this evening, and I want to make sure we get to our conversation as well. Okay. How many more slides do we have here?
One more slide.
All right, if we could wrap up, that'd be great. So we can continue our discussions on this.
Of course, Mr. Centenario. I did not realize it was going that long. So one more. Would you go one more slide? The final steps. Like I said, this is a design bid build project. It's not. We're almost certain that the air handling units that are what we would call as basis of design equipment for this project are what are going to be used. But the contractor will be purchasing those equipments. That equipment, there will be submittals. We'll look at those submittals. We'll make sure that the sound power levels are still the same. We'll check on the operating conditions. You know, we are in Verizon is committed to meeting these NPCA requirements on the project. And in the end, measurements are going to be made to ensure that they're. So sorry if I went long. There are some more slides there, but we'll just hold on to them for now.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Council, again, if you could jot down questions, we'll double back here to questions after we hear from Mr. Guerin. So, Ms. Wilson, if you could make sure Mr. Guerin is available and have his opportunity to speak to the council.
Hello, Jerome. Do you have a caller, Gary Guerin? How do you say?
I believe it's Gary Guerin, and he can correct us if need be.
Yes, I have Mr. Gary Guerin. Do you want me to open up his line?
Yes, please.
Mr. Gary Guerin, your line is now open.
Excuse me. This is Gary. Am I in?
You are indeed, Mr. Guerin. Thank you very much for your patience. I hope we're pronouncing your name correctly. I apologize if we aren't.
I'm used to it. It's Guerin.
Guerin. Okay, we were close then, at least. Very good. So good. As I mentioned when we started, officially the public comment or the public hearing on this has officially been closed, but we wanted to make sure that you had an opportunity to address some of the information that you've sent on or some of the information that you've seen from Verizon. Just wanted to make sure that you've kind of fashioned yourself as the resident expert in that in the neighborhood there, and we just wanted to make sure you had a chance to speak.
Okay, I appreciate it, and Mr. Mayor, before my clock starts, I would just like to offer some clarification on several comments contained in the agenda and for this meeting concerning some quotes that were in there, I think in referencing to me about legitimacy of the noise study and also a quote about ESI professional ethics are in question. This will only take me about a minute or two to run through just some points of clarification I want to make on that, and then I would request that my official time start after I get through that.
Sounds good. Please go ahead.
A minute okay, thank you very much. Mr. Mayor and council members, thank you for this opportunity to again be with you tonight. I truly do really appreciate it. To discuss the ethics, there was some ethics issues raised, some concerns about that that I read through in the agenda packet. One quote was by Mike Centenario in his letter to the council on January 11th, page 7 of his letter. And he says, quote, during the public testimony, commenters questioned the legitimacy of the noise study. because it was produced by a firm hired by the applicant's architect. I guess I reviewed what I said, and I just want to say what I said was in the context of a third-party review. You know, I said ESI is a subcontractor to Verizon. I believe that's true. I said that's an issue for me reporting to Verizon. I feel it would be best served if this type of thing, if they would report to the city, not Verizon. And I said that's the way I think things should be. And that was all in the context of a third-party peer review. The other quote, am I still being heard?
Yes, you are. Please continue.
Okay. Yeah. And the other quote was in the ESI report that they issued on January 11th, just recently here, and page 33, the quote was, the calculations were adjusted solely, quoting me, I guess, adjusted solely to attain an apparent compliance. And then he goes on to say, Mr. Baxter, and it is disappointing that our professional ethics are in question. I just wanted to point out to Mr. Baxter that what I said in my document was that the parameters within the ESI calculations were adjusted. And that's an important point because parameters are provided by the client, in this case, Verizon, to the engineers, in this case, ESI. And those parameters are based on operational parameter inputs that the client provides. And an example of that is on the same document, page 33, and point number 3, they use the words, we have been told. In other words, they get that information from Verizon or their architect, I don't know, but they're being given those parameters. So I would just like to say that I apologize if ESI, in particular Mr. Baxter, took any of my words as an ethical challenge. I tried to be careful with my words. I only had 3 days to file an appeal from the TC meeting of November 19th to the date my appeal was submitted, a 5-page document on November 21st. As one PE to another, I respect Mr. Baxter's credentials, and I do not, and I don't believe I did, question his ethics. So if that was read into it, I apologize for that. Just to be clear, I hold Verizon as the responsible party for any adjustments and or changes to the input parameters, and nobody else, no other party. And so that concludes the 1 to 2 minutes that I asked. I'm willing to start my time limit at this point.
Very good. Thank you for your comments. And now, please go ahead.
Okay, I'll move on to my technical points. I know Mr. Baxter addressed it tonight, but for me, the primary issue has always been the 100% versus 80% of power or full speed on these AHUs. I submitted a document, I call it Garanol 1, to the City Council on the December 31st. I don't know if Mr. Baxter or anybody's had a chance to review these other than the City Council members, but in this document that I call Garanol 1, I try to point out that through a calculation that if all 5 AHUs are running at 100% or at 80%, I'm trying to show that I can mathematically extrapolate from the 48 dBA that's in their model because their model is based on 80%, that I can extrapolate what 100% would do. And I believe my math is correct. And I end up at 58 dBA. Now, I know there's a contention about whether or not it's 100% or 80%, but I'm saying if it were 100%, I believe that the dBA that the model would produce or predict would be 58 dBA, not 48 dBA. So I just say that there's questions, and I really think that, anyways, there's questions to be answered, in my opinion. What calculations have been performed by Verizon to substantiate equipment will never run above 80% speed or be required to run above 80% speed? I don't know. I'm not privy to that, so I don't know. It's a question. And then to ESI, I just ask, if the model were run as is, but with 5 AHUs at 100%, what would the dBA level be at location 1? That's the nearest resident. My answer is 58 dBA. Moving on, if I see that also in the ESI report, I hate picking on her. I mean, it's just, they're just the ones that produce the report, so I just reference them. The report dated January 11th, again on page 32, final steps. I think Mr. Baxter kind of did explain that. When I wrote this up, I had questions of, it says the calculations rely on a basis of design equipment selections, which are common at this stage of the project. An engineering team will continue to review documentation for equipment as submitted, check assumptions, operating conditions, and equipment sound power levels. Well, to me, I'm kind of seeing that there's the word, we're at a preliminary now, and when we get the final information, we may have to make some adjustments, I think, to calculations or whatever, if sound power levels of equipment actually change. So, and I'm just suggesting that, it'd only take a 5% change to push current model values above 50 dBA. Moving on to a letter that I submitted to the council on the 1st of January labeled Garin 02. I point out some errors in the date. It's test data. They put in their report, but was conducted by this in concert with the city. There's test data, and I said there's errors in the date and time that they used the data, and omissions of the noisiest equipment. And in my letter, it's on page 1. I say the field test data based on days, times, and conditions, which were not the worst case. Okay, the equipment running at the time of the testing done, this extensive testing, this 7-day testing, which are the chillers. And I'm reading this right out of the verbiage in the November 10th ESI document, are not the loudest equipment. Dry coolers are the loudest, but were not running during the field testing period. And so then I go on to show that on page 2 of that document that we can then with certainty claim that the noise levels at residential locations will be higher with dry coolers running than with the chillers, and the data that's been presented. Question is, how much higher? Also, what percentage of rated load the chillers were running at the time? If that's applicable, I don't know. I specifically show that the data on October 27th and compare the data on October 28th, the DBAs were higher at Verizon's location A, because that's where the detailed information is, were higher by 3 dBA. On that October 28th date. Going to page 3, so I'm saying adjusting for worst case, date and time, and assuming and I'm just assuming, willing to be told differently, but assuming a 20% increase for dry cooler versus chiller dBA output, and I do a quick calculation, 42 plus 3 times 1.2, 54 dBA, greater than 50. The above analysis indicates that the existing equipment alone, located on the south side of the building, may very well be non-compliant. New equipment for the expansion will be added to the north side, much closer and bigger. By inspection, we can with certainty argue noise levels plus the new equipment will far exceed 50 I believe, 50 dBA. I just continued to request a third-party noise analysis. Moving on to my document number 3, which was submitted on January 2nd. This has kind of been talked about, but Verizon's claim of 80% max utilization of the 5 AHUs. I say, once the expansion is built, nothing stops Verizon from choosing to use 100% utilization. You know, as 5G rolls out, equipment runs hotter, the demands for cooling grow. It's going to be pretty tempted to change that setting in that controller from 80 to 100 to allow for 5G expansion. That's my opinion. I'm not inferring anybody. I'm just saying it can happen. As time goes on and memories fade, Verizon will move, I believe. You know, I think they have some ideas of this 6 air handler unit. They have some ideas of generators 3 and 4. Going to page 2 of this same document, I've got snippets of from Verizon's drawing where they have an open bay. They have 5 AHUs and there's an open bay for number 6. There's open areas for generators 3 and 4. Go to page 3 of my document and you look, and I've got snippets from some reports that show, or from the BSI documents, and I understand that was back in September. So, you know, it's what I saw at the time. And so it draws questions in my mind is, well, if they're thinking it, isn't there a probability that they might go there? And all I'm suggesting is as memories fade and we get a year or 2 down the road, you know, what's to stop? What's to keep things from evolving out of need from 80% to 100%? Well, we better add that 6th AHU. You know, is anybody going to remember all of this conversation we had back in January 21? I don't know. So just let me summarize real quick. I would request that Verizon prove that 100%, that they prove that with 100% load and speed on all nighttime equipment, they will not exceed the 50 dBA. All the equipment they're putting in, 100% load, that they won't exceed it. That's my request. I've also requested a third-party peer review, requesting to include as a condition of approval prior to permit. I'd like to see this third-party peer review done before they have an approval and a permit to proceed. But I attached to my last submittal was an article from a company that's their specialty, doing third-party design reviews. It's not an incrimination. It's not pointing out that somebody is not competent. You know, an example would be Boeing. Their third party is the FAA. You look at offshore drilling equipment for, you know, big cranes and big things out in the offshore. There's ABS, the American Bureau of Shipbuilding. They do third-party reviews of all the design to make sure we don't have offshore accidents. Lloyd's, DNV. And then another practical example is medical, searching out second opinions. So I think it's a very valuable thing to do. If you don't take my recommendation, I'll just say so noted, and I'll just hope that when this thing's all built and up and running, that there weren't any inadvertent mistakes made or omissions or things overlooked, which engineers, I'm an engineer, I was not always 100% perfect. And I always had people in design review committees looking over my shoulder. I just think it's a prudent thing to do. I thank you very much for this opportunity to speak, and I wish you all well as you continue your decision-making process on this expansion. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Guerin. Appreciate it. Appreciate your input.
Okay.
Thanks. So, Council, we've heard the three pieces of information that we wanted to hear: the staff presentation, a presentation by by Verizon representatives, and then a presentation by Mr. Guerin. And what I would like to do now, and I asked you to hold your questions in check, and I appreciate that you did so. What I would like to do now, just to keep it orderly, and as we kind of keep through it, and we can keep on topic from council member to council member, we can just go through and let folks ask any questions that they might have, and just work our way through all of your questions. We'll get answers, and we'll keep moving on. So, Councilmember Nelson had his hand up first, followed by Councilmember Coulter. So why don't we start with Councilmember Nelson? Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Actually, before I jump into my questions, is it possible for Mr. Baxter possibly to respond to Mr. Guerin's questions, or the 3 points that he made about the noise levels of the generator? I know he kind of talked to why they did the 80% versus the 100%, but I think in the information we got, it was just kind of a general comment that they thought there were some errors in what Mr. Guerin had provided, and I guess I'd like some clarification, on their thoughts on those calculations and the information he provided.
Mr. Baxter, if you're still with us, do you are you clear on the question that Councilmember Coulter is asking? Or excuse me, Councilmember Nelson?
Yes, thank you. I've looked at the calculations that Mr. Guerin has put together, and it's not the way that it's done in noise control engineering, and I don't have a specific one in front of me right now, but we can't take something and say that if it's at 80% at 50 decibels, then 100% operation will be 1.2 times that. Again, that's not the way decibels work. That's not the way that we would increase noise levels. We would go to get the difference between 80% noise levels from equipment at 80% to 100% operation. We go back to the manufacturer's data. It's not linear. It's not gonna go up by some constant factor. Like a 1.2 multiplication or something like that. We would go back to the data from the manufacturer and use that data. That's how we get accuracy in our calculations.
Councilmember Nelson, you okay with that?
Yeah, I think that addressed the first one. The second one he raised was the date and time of it, and indicated that the date used was there was a actual measurement that was 3 decibels higher, and that one wasn't used. And then there was a question in there about the chillers versus the dry coolers, and which one produced more sound than the other, and if that would impact the results as well.
Yeah, thank you. The measurements we made, the chillers were running and not the dry coolers, and the dry coolers are louder on the site. I've been out there 3 times in the last, I don't know how many weeks, and I have not been able to catch the dry coolers running one time to get a measurement. It hasn't been cold enough yet. At least the times that I've gone have not been cold enough to get the dry coolers running. So in our predictions, we're adding in the dry cooler noise. Our predictions include the dry cooler noise. And we're using the manufacturer's sound power data for the dry coolers. We're adding it into the calculations. So it is included because it wasn't measured. What gives me confidence is that when I look at what we're predicting for noise levels from those dry coolers, the city has measured basically the same level at that location too. I would say I've looked at the differences between the noise levels that Mr. Guerin has pointed out between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. on October 27th compared to October 28th, and this plus 3 decibels. Again, I did not follow his logic in doing that. I would not have done that. In my experience, that's not the way we can take and add 3 decibels just because of that. we don't know what the source that was that caused that increase in noise level at that time. In my opinion, it was not from Verizon. It was probably increased traffic volume during those hours. So I've considered it and I've looked at what he's done, and I don't agree with his conclusion.
I appreciate taking the opportunity to respond to that. I just want to make sure that Mr. Guerin, he brought up some information. I know he has a background in engineering, and appreciate the time and effort he's put into there, and felt it worthwhile to kind of have a counterpoint on there. At this point, Mayor, I do have other questions and things, but I'll defer to my colleagues to kind of go through those. I'm going to try to pull them together so that I don't, so I can kind of consolidate them, hopefully save some time and get answers we need.
Sounds good. We will come back to you, Councilmember Nelson. Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. I will just start off by saying that my questions, I think, are probably more directed toward city staff, primarily because it was my understanding that there would be no math this evening. But I'm not sure if that would be Mr. Centenario or perhaps the city attorney. So I will just ask my questions and then see who can respond appropriately from there. But the first question I had, Mr. Guerin referenced asking about a third or requiring a third party review. Is that something we are able to do? I know we don't typically require that with this kind of proposal. Is that something that we can do?
Mr. Centenario?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Coulter, the city code provides guidance or requirements as to what has to be or could be submitted as part of a development application. There are certain givens, like site plans, civil plans, architectural drawings, but then there's kind of a more general requirement that if any special studies in the determination of the planning manager are required, we can require them. What the code doesn't say is that it has to be conducted by an independent third party. And the reason why we didn't require that here is elsewhere in the code, more specifically, the example being parking studies. The code does outline the fact that a independent third party is to be used to conduct that study. So generally, when there's a section of the code that outlines a very specific process and a section that is more general, we ask that the applicant prepare the study and submit it as part of their application. Whether we could do it, for final site and building plan applications, the discretion level is fairly, relatively low, not as much as a conditional use permit or a variance or rezoning. I'd have to ask the city attorney to weigh in, but our general practice when there's a general special study requirement is that it's done by the applicant.
Thank you. I think that's helpful. And I guess what I would say is it would feel a little bit, to borrow a legal term here, it would feel a little bit ex post facto if we were to require that now. But I think Mr. Guerin's point is a good one, and it may be something for us to consider in the future. And then my last question, I guess, would say is sort of a two-parter. And one of the findings we're asked to make is to determine if the proposal is injurious to the surrounding neighborhood. And I'm wondering if we could get a little bit more of an explanation about what that term injurious means, and sort of specifically what information are we able to consider in making that finding, and perhaps more importantly, what information are we not able to consider?
Sure, Mr. Mayor. I guess I'll start the answer, and then the city attorney has additional commentary. So when we're injurious is a pretty nebulous term. One way to think of it is a negative impact in some way to surrounding areas. And that injurious could, a development externality could be, a variety of things could be injurious. We talk about traffic a lot. increased traffic from development. In this case, we've been discussing noise and odor as being potentially injurious. So something that could cause an injury could be different from one application to the next. In this specific application, we have the MPCA, which has established measurable limits to noise for daytime and nighttime. And so in effect, what the MPCA has done is has indicated if the noise levels do not exceed these thresholds, it is not injurious. So that's what we use. That's what we are using and recommending the City Council use in reviewing whether or not this proposal is injurious.
Thank you. I think that pretty much answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Coulter. Other council members? Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just got just 3 questions here, and I wanted to go back to I think we had the noise experts from ESI. I had a question about your slide 26. You were looking at, I'm not sure if it's possible to pull that slide back up again on slide 26. There's something that you had kind of mentioned that I just wanted to be sure that I understood what you meant there. And that you talked about that you did a study of ambient noise in that area. And I just wanted to be sure that I understood that what you meant was, so without even adding the Verizon noise, at this point that where you were making the measurement, that's where it was at, either 50 dBA at nighttime and 60 dBA during the daytime.
Mr. Becker?
Yes, thank you. You're right. I was showing here this measurement was from 12 o'clock midnight on the 28th of October to midnight to the following midnight, 24-hour period. And the Verizon equipment was operating constant noise levels during that period. The chillers were operating. It was a warm evening and warm daytime, but there is a lot of variability in noise in the environment, and the Verizon equipment is down at around 40 decibels, 42, 40, 43, a number like that. But there's a lot of noise in the environment not attributed to Verizon. And we don't include that in our predictions because we're not responsible for traffic noise, which that primarily is.
So in terms of this location, help me understand again. I think you said where this location was. Was this close to the Old Shakopee Road?
Correct. Yep, it's close to Old Shakopee. If you could go to slide 25. 25. It's that location A. So it's on the Verizon property. We put it at, we left it there for a week, so we needed a location that was somewhat secure, but still, allowed us to look for fluctuations in noise coming from Verizon, and also look for noise that is in the neighborhood, in the environment. I shouldn't say neighborhood because we're on the Verizon side of the street, but just in the environment.
I think you've got, I'm sorry, you were getting ready to say something? I want to cut you off.
No, I was done.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think that's pretty clear. So my understanding from the findings that you made there is that there is a lot of noise that's just contributing from the basic environment that's going on there too. Certainly Verizon's running some stuff there, but you've got a lot of other noise that's taking place, right?
Yes.
Okay. So then I wanted to ask this question in terms of the speeds that were there on these generators, the 80, 85, 95%. So you said that those were, my understanding, the requirements that you were given, it was at the 80%. Do you have any idea, maybe this isn't a question for you, that would drive things to 85 or 95% of the fan speed?
Are you asking what conditions would drive the condenser fan speeds to go above 80%?
Yeah, I just wanted to understand, and maybe you're not the person to ask that question. Maybe that's a Verizon question, but I mean, just generally in the industry, my understanding from what you said was that that's the industry standard. That's the way that folks are going to do it, regardless of if it's here in this site or other parts of the country.
But
are there other?
I don't know if I said that was the industry standard, but
okay,
it's our understanding that the condenser fan speeds for the 5 units running will not exceed 80% of their maximum speed. Because there's redundancy in the system, they won't need to operate the condenser fan speeds above 80% max.
Let me ask the question differently. Have you seen fan speeds at higher levels than this 80% in other projects that you've worked on?
I have not worked on a Verizon project that has these air handling units in it. So to generally say, have I ever seen a fan that's gone over 80% of its maximum speed? Well, of course I have, yes. But not in an application like this for a Verizon project. I have not seen these air handling units. I think Verizon has them on other buildings, I believe, I understand. But I have not been to those buildings. I have not seen that fan speed.
I think that's fair enough. So, essentially you're being handed that, and that's what you've seen out there with that. So I guess that's for myself, just trying to understand, if you were to look at different fan speeds, what would that contribute to a higher decibel level with respect to what the impact is to the folks in those other locations?
Again, I'll repeat the question back just to make sure I understand it. Are you asking if the fan speeds were higher than 80%, would the noise levels be higher? Is that what your question is?
Would the noise level, the decibel level be higher?
Yes, it would be higher at speeds above 80%.
Oh.
And again, my understanding is these systems, these 5 systems, they're oversized. They don't need, and Mr. Pannebecker can answer this as well, or my understanding that the actual maximum design speed is slower than 80%, but we're using the 80% number. That's what we have from the fan manufacturer.
And I guess that's what would be helpful to kind of understand, to kind of get to the conclusion, what would cause you to operate it, since the 80 is even above that level, what would be the motivation of Verizon? And I don't think you can answer that would push that fan speed above 80%. So that's what I'm trying to understand. And certainly that's going to contribute. I don't know how much it's going to contribute, but I mean, certainly if the likelihood is zero that it's going to go higher than that, there's no sense in digging into that question. So that's really where I'm trying to drive at with that question. So I don't know if there's somebody on Verizon who can answer that.
I do know we have some representatives from Verizon on with us this evening. Mr. Pannebecker, who among the representatives here might be able to answer that question best for us?
I think I can address some of it, and hopefully I can clarify it well enough as to how the units operate. Again, the important thing to remember is that there's a redundant unit. So, typically in an industrial or residential design, you would size the equipment. You need X tons of cooling, and that's what you would put in. In a critical facility like this, you say we need X tons, and so you you design to that plus one. So this facility needs 4 units, 4 air handling units to cool the building that's being proposed. Because of the critical nature of the facility, there's an extra unit. It's allowing for one to be down for maintenance, or one to have a problem and not be running. And so it allows for the 4 units to actually carry the load. So 5 units running is always going to be a partial load because there's an extra unit, and these are large units. They're 400 tons a piece. So there's a good bit of extra capacity that's built into the system, and the units are designed for the worst case conditions. So you're assuming that the facility is fully built out. Every piece of equipment that's intended to go into it is running, and you're assuming that it is the hottest day of the year, and when which is I think a 50-year high, so that the units are working as hard as possible. When the temperature's not that high, the units are obviously not working that hard. So that's why there's 5. They typically run at a partial condition, and their sweet spot is a much mid-range, which is preferred way to run them. As you push the percentage up, they become less efficient and use more electricity. So you try to keep something in a much lower percentage of usage. I think we have Mr. Rick Benge is on the call for Verizon, and I think he might like to add a comment.
Yeah, we're really driving towards the answer here. This is really instructive for me, because I'm trying to understand when you're trying to get to up to that 80%. What would drive it to 85? What would drive it to 95%? It doesn't sound, from based on what you're saying, that's a very likely scenario. We're talking about a real, but correct me if I'm wrong. This is just my interpretation of what you're saying.
No.
Mr. Benge, I see that you're joining us this evening now. Can you shed some light on this? Thanks for being with us. Welcome.
Good evening. Yeah, it won't go over 80% because we're capped at a certain limit, and the 4 units will be about 91% usage to meet that load, because you never want to build it out to 100% because of the inefficiencies in the units. So the 5th unit that everybody keeps talking about is there's two main usages for it. One's in an emergency situation, and that means power and everything going out, or a failure of another unit. And then the second usage is the maintenance part. You might have to take one of the units out of the circulation sequence in order to clean coils, replace filters, change compressors out, different things like that. So the reason for the 5th unit is truly for reliability in the network, and that's how we build to it, and that's how we get our marketing and what we're built by. And so the answer your question in terms of 80%, at nighttime, the usage levels in data, audio, so phones and stuff like that, it goes down quite a bit. Mm-hmm. So you don't have your equipment is not operating at capacity or near capacity. It's quite a bit lower. So the levels go down. So that means the air handlers aren't working hard. So there's the explanation. Pretty much is data, audio, it's telephone service, stuff like that, emergency services, and
Mr. Mayor, the speaker has faded away. I can barely hear him.
I would agree with you, Councilmember. Mr. Benj, we're barely hearing you. I think we got the gist of your answer, so I appreciate that, but you're fading in and out. So, Councilmember Lohman, does that answer your questions? Get the information that you're looking for?
Yeah, and I just wanted to point out what he mentioned at the very end there was the emergency services piece of it at the very end there, and I got that piece of it. I just want to make sure that other folks heard that there's around that piece there. But no, I got my answer there. So then I guess that's it, because I think that also answers my my future build question as well. So I think I'll stand for comments later. Thanks.
Sounds good. Councilmember Nelson, do you have your notes in order yet?
I do, Mayor. I appreciate you following back up.
Very good. Councilmember Nelson.
All right. Just want to start with some technical questions. Following up on what Councilmember Lohman was asking about, there was the question about the 100% versus the 80%. There's the unit that is sort of for backup emergency use. And am I correct in that the original was not 100% on 5 units? It was 100% on 4 units. And I guess what I'm trying to understand is if you use all 4 of those instead of the 5th, is that from a noise level much different? Or if you ran those at 95%, if you ran 4 at 95% because you needed to versus 5 at 80%, would there be a difference in noise?
Mr. Baxter, I think this is one for you.
I'm checking right now on what the original was. I apologize that I think I need to go back to the report to confirm. Mr. Nelson, can you repeat the other part of your question besides the original analysis?
If in the original analysis was 4 at 100%, the new analysis was 5 at 80%. If that is right, is there going to be a difference in noise between those two scenarios that would impact your conclusion?
There will be a difference in the noise level. Yes. There will be a difference in the noise level. And I'm trying to, I want to be accurate in what I tell you. I believe that the noise will be slightly higher with 4 at 100% versus 5 at 80%, but I'd have to check. I'd have to confirm that, but I believe it's slightly higher.
Okay. Maybe we can go to some other questions and come back to that if you need to check on something.
Okay.
But before we do that, can you help me understand the cold weather situation? Because what I heard today is the cold weather would reduce the noise that people perceive or hear. What I thought I had heard before is that it would, because maybe it carried further in the cold weather, it would be more perceptible. But maybe the issue is more related to the cooling or the equipment that runs when it's really cold. So there's actually a higher noise level. Can you help me get my head around that and just kind of clarify that?
Right. So it's complicated because we have a whole bunch of factors. Air absorption, which again we ignore. It can only reduce sound. It's not going to add to the sound levels. That's one of the factors. The other one is temperature inversions. So in colder weather conditions, we get a temperature inversion where we have a warm layer of air tends to bend the sound downwards. What's complicated about it is in the cold weather conditions, our condenser fans are not running at nearly as high a speed. We don't need cooling in those cold weather conditions. So again, we talk about this worst case. We've got what we believe are the loudest operating conditions, 80%, 5 units at 80%, and we're saying this isn't a cold weather operation where we have temperature inversion and the sound is being bent back down. We're ignoring air absorption because it's really variable. It's very nonlinear, and we still meet the MPCA requirement. Did that help answer your question?
Yeah, I one follow up on that. So in terms of your scenarios on the worst case, I saw that you had the worst case for the equipment, and then there are the factors in there for the wind and the temperature inversion. The only clarification I'd like to understand is in the calculation, is the wind and the temperature inversion a worst case scenario for those, or is it a standard scenario for those?
It's a standard scenario. It's a standard realistic scenario. And again, if the wind gets too high, if you get really high winds, you're not hearing the equipment, you're hearing the wind, right? So it's not a condition you can even go and measure in. But again, what the standard says is it's a condition, and I'm going to read it here again. Yeah, what the standard says, it says these conditions, and we're talking about favorable conditions for favorable propagation, which is moderate downwind or well-developed but moderate temperature inversion. These conditions are chosen to provide an appropriate condition for meeting a specific community noise limit, a level which is seldom exceeded. That's written into the standard.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that level of detail. Probably my last question on the noise here is, I assume this building has other noise generation. People work there, so they drive vehicles there. There are loading docks. Those doors go up and down. You have delivery vehicles beeping when they back up and so forth. There is fuel storage, so you need fuel trucks, I assume, to fill up for the diesel and things of that nature. Is that factored into the calculations, and if so, how?
Yeah, those are not factored in, and they would not normally be factored in. For this reason, the standard, the requirement, the statute requirement is a measurement of constant steady noise generated from a source, not for impulsive noises and things. Those sources that you're talking about are not something that would significantly, so I would say it this way, maybe we're looking at average noise levels, not, and those sources that last for a very short duration are not going to change the average.
And that relates to like the L50, so that it has to be a sustained noise over time.
Yeah, L50 is kind of an average. Yes, you can consider it's the median level versus the mean, but they're going to be very close.
Thank you for that explanation. And this probably isn't for you. This is maybe more for someone on staff, but we've talked about emergency. And I guess, how do we define an emergency? And in particular, is a power failure an emergency? For reference, I don't live super far from this facility, probably like 8-10 blocks, something like that. And my power went out 2 weeks ago for a while. I think a transformer blew or something like that. We have an electrical grid that frankly has a certain number of power failures just assumed into it. Is that really an emergency in terms of our definition for meeting code standards?
Mr. Centenario?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Nelson, in the context of the Verizon wireless facility, which is considered critical infrastructure, a power loss at the Verizon facility would be considered an emergency, and in that event would be permitted to exceed the MPCA noise standards.
Okay. And then I have a couple questions on the use. So from reading the code there, we don't have a specific use related to data storage or data centers, but we're utilizing a warehousing because that includes storage of equipment and the computers are in equipment. Is that accurate?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Nelson, that is accurate. You're correct that in the use tables within City Code, there's a whole list of different potential uses in the city, and you will not find a use that says data center. So when we look at the definition of warehouse, we feel that a data center fits fairly well within that definition. And because warehouse is a permitted use in the IP zoning district, we concluded that it was a permitted use.
And that is a standard or a way we handle that in other facilities within the city. Is that accurate?
Mr. Mayor, Council. Yes, we have been consistent.
Okay, thank you. Then I have a question. This is probably more for the Verizon representatives, but what do these computers at this location do? I mean, we have data warehousing, but do they provide any other services? This, because what I heard in some of the earlier comments is that this is for the implementation of expanded cellular service. This is to provide cellular service. It was referred to as the IT portion of the building. I think there's a tower there. And I guess what I'm trying to understand is what is actually being done in there? And is that data storage, or is it some other type of service that's being provided there?
Mr. Pannebecker or Mr. Benj, can you help us out with that? Anyone from Verizon help us out with that?
This is Mr. Pennebecker, but I'm trying to get Mr. Benj to unmute because I think he can respond to that better than I can.
But now,
Mr. Benj, are you unmuted now? It looks like you are.
yeah. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can.
My apologies. It's confidential information. Due to recent events like Nashville and some other areas, we can't really divulge that information.
Okay. We have classified it for purposes of this as some type of data warehousing. Do you agree with that classification? At least, can we do that?
Can you repeat that?
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Councilman, could you repeat your question, please?
Oh, yeah, I was just wondering if at a minimum they agreed with the use classification that has been worked out with the city here in terms of it. I guess, just does the use classification make sense, or is there something else and different going on than how it's been classified as a use? Without getting into specifics of what's done there.
No, the use is accurate.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, where did I go? I had one last question here for staff. Actually, no, I'm okay at this point. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nelson. Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just have a couple of quick questions. One of the concerns that has come up from neighbors, and then I asked the question around the health impacts to the surrounding neighborhoods at the last meeting. So it's around pollution. And I just want to make sure that we highlight this point, especially for those who are listening tonight. So one of the questions was around the MPCA inquiry. So it sounds like it was related to an air emissions permit. And I'm just wondering if someone can tell me what an air emissions permit is, and then remind us what the outcome of that MPCA inquiry was.
Sure, Mr. Mayor, I can go ahead and answer that.
Please, Mr. Centenario.
Councilmember Carter. So the MPCA is the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency is the state agency that essentially regulates air pollution. Regulates a whole number of things, one of them being air pollution. And there's state requirements, but there's also federal EPA requirements, which the MPCA is responsible for enforcing. And the air emissions permit is a review process where the MPCA determines whether or not additional regulatory review is applicable based on the amount of air emissions, or you can consider it the amount of air pollution that is emitted from the site. And so once it surpasses a certain threshold, additional review from MPCA is required. What they concluded is that an air emissions permit is not required. So the amount of emissions, or if you want to consider it air pollution, does not get to the point, there's not enough emissions to warrant a special permit.
Thank you for answering that. So then my second question is related to a question that was brought up by a resident at the last meeting and then again earlier in tonight's meeting. And so I'm just wondering if somebody could answer the question around, what residents can do if this project does get approved tonight.
Sure, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Carter.
Mr. Sensenbrenner.
Yeah, thank you. There's one benefit to the noise standards that we're dealing with is that they are specific and they are measurable. And so ongoing measurement will likely be a requirement for this site. And the neighborhood, as we've heard, are very engaged. And if they feel there is an increase in noise, chances are they're going to connect with the city. And we would be able to follow up through our environmental health staff to do periodic measurements based on that feedback. But in terms of what they can do, obviously we're available to discuss from an ongoing perspective what the noise levels may be. That's from a city perspective. If they are found to be out of compliance, and there's a lot of discussion, 80% fan speed versus 100%. If something changes and the facility becomes out of compliance, then the city has the ability to enforce those standards. Ultimately, Verizon would have to make some change, add additional mitigation measures, relocate certain equipment to bring the facility back into compliance. So that's the redress that the residents have. In terms of the noise level thresholds themselves, city staff does not have the ability to change those. That's an MPCA standard. So in terms of what the community can do, I believe that requires a change at the state level, which is not something that staff can do. And third, one area that residents could consider is advocating with Verizon specifically. So Verizon could potentially voluntarily include additional mitigation measures. They are investigating those options, but they haven't been able to include those in their information. But the residents are advocates, and they can advocate with Verizon to do a little bit better or to go above and beyond what they're currently showing.
Great. Thanks, Mike, for answering that question. I have no additional questions at this time.
Thank you, Councilmember Carter. Councilmember Nelson, I see your hand up again. Do you want back in, or is that a mistake?
Yeah, if I could, I just have one follow-up question.
Please, Councilmember Nelson.
And I don't know who this is for, but probably someone on staff. What I heard in one of the answers is there are security concerns related to a facility of this nature. Those security concerns are directly adjacent to residential houses where people live and things like that. Do we have anything within our codes, within our authorities, or anything like that related to security and where those types of facilities could be located?
Mr. Centenario?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Nelson. A lot of the potential impact could be related to fire hazard. This facility has generators, and those generators use diesel fuel. So there are specific fire code requirements on how that fuel is to be handled, inspected, and our fire prevention team is very engaged in that sort of review. In terms of security, the emergency services need to have access to the facility in the case of an emergency. So obviously there's a front door, but then there's a gate on both the north and the south side and the east side, where emergency services has to have a way to enter into those areas in the event of in certain events. And that's something that they coordinate with Verizon, the property owner specifically. There's different mechanisms to gain access. But even if it's a secure facility, emergency services needs to have access under certain circumstances. So that is something that we do address through the review process.
Thank you. I appreciate that they work together. So appreciate the answer.
Councilmember Beloga, I don't have the ability to see if you've got a hand up or not. Did you have any questions for any of the folks involved in the discussion this evening?
I think the majority of my questions have been asked and answered by other council members, so I appreciate their diligence and thoughtfulness in asking those questions, and also for you calling on me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Beloga. Councilmember Martin, did you have any questions to add?
I have no additional questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions of my own here, and just trying to looking at this from a zoning perspective and from what we have in front of us here, the details and the specifics, the facts that we have in front of us. So Mr. Centenario, so as I look at staff report, I look at the details here. Is there anything in the code requirements that this does not meet, that this proposal does not meet? Are we in compliant with all of the code requirements related to this project, this proposed project?
Sure, Mr. Mayor. Related to code compliance, I'd say the vast majority is in compliance with city code. Late in the review, we did learn that that landscape yard area along the northwest corner is out of compliance, and that does require an adjustment. It is pretty common to have site plan modifications between the time an application is submitted and the time a permit is issued. The building permit is really the city's way of saying this facility is 100% in compliance. And so if this were to be approved, we would follow the process of making slight adjustments to the plan, making sure the conditions of approval are met. But with every project, there's always some minor modifications. Their design of a gate, for example, may not, what they currently have may not meet fire prevention's needs. So that requires a modification. There's a lot more detail that we have to go through even after the entitlement process. So while it isn't not in 100% code compliance, I have no reason to believe that with minor adjustments that it wouldn't be 100% compliant.
And so those code compliance are things like parking islands and trees and that kind of thing. It doesn't necessarily relate to the operation of the building, to the noise, to the potential use of the generators, that kind of thing.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. So in terms of, if you think more broadly, it is in compliance. We think of what the use is. Is this property guided for industrial uses? Yes, it is. Is it zoned for industrial uses? It is. And then we dig down from more of a broad perspective into more detail. And so in a lot of those really technical details, like a parking island, there's so much information that we have to look at. Dimensions of a parking stall, dimensions of a parking island, what's the diameter breast height of the trees that they're proposing. We find non-compliance in a lot of those minute details. And I'd say almost every application post entitlement, there's still some modifications that are needed relative to city code. But in the big picture items, this project is compliant.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And so I said at the last meeting when we discussed this on the 21st, the notion that noise issues are difficult issues to look at and to determine what the impact might be. I mean, noise, as I said, is insidious. It continues, especially an operation like this that continues through the night, and the constant droning. It's its own kind of animal. Noise issues are different than many other issues, especially constant noise issues. And I understand that, and I appreciate that, and I know it's an issue for here and for a lot of people in a lot of different circumstances. But based on the information that the applicant has submitted, based on the staff's current analysis of that information that's been submitted, does this facility meet the standards set by the state of Minnesota in terms of, you know, what the operating levels of need to be in terms of the decibels that it emits?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I think I missed part of the question, but I think I caught most of it. And this has been a somewhat drawn out process. I think when we went to Planning Commission initially, I think the Planning Commission correctly directed the applicant to do more work in terms of incorporating existing noise levels in addition to the proposed noise levels. I think the applicant's team has done what we've asked them to do, and have done so in a manner consistent with MPCA requirements. So from our perspective, we don't find fault in their noise study, and we're confident that the post-installation measurements, should this be approved and permitted, will show compliance. In the case that it doesn't, we would work with the applicant to make sure that compliance happens.
So I can't remember, Mr. Centenario, if it was you or somebody else. Somebody made the statement that if the decibel level comes in under 50 decibels, and it's then obviously within the standards of the state of Minnesota, that it can't be considered injurious to the neighborhood because it's a state standard. I mean, did you say that, or was that somebody else who said that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's something that I said. What the challenge with noise is that each individual has a different sensitivity. So what is annoyance or negatively impacts me as a resident may not impact my spouse or my neighbor or my visitor. So what is injurious changes from person to person. And so what we have to use in these scenarios is an objective standard that's measurable. And the MPCA has provided us with that. And they've even gone as far as to preempt local governments for being stricter than their standard. So in terms of what we view as injurious, we use the MPCA standard for that finding.
Thank you. And actually, you kind of answered my final question here. So it's my understanding the city can't impose anything more restrictive on this facility based on the state standards. State law says we can't impose anything more restrictive than what the state sets here. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, yes, that is correct.
All right, thank you. And I do have questions also for our representatives from Verizon. Somebody made the statement earlier that however this works out, the residents are advocates, and they can advocate with Verizon to try and work with the residents to try and perhaps mitigate some of this sound. And it just so happens that I'm also a resident, and I'm also can be an advocate here. And I'm wondering if our representatives from Verizon at all would be open to suggestions, to ideas, to possibilities to help mitigate some of the noise issues, the noise concerns that the neighbors have brought forward. Since our last meeting, I've gotten at least a couple of different emails from folks who commented on the start of the generator testing. I think it started, they cranked it up at 7 o'clock in the morning on a Wednesday or something along those lines. Now, I get it, the generators need to be tested, and it's a requirement. They're a safety requirement. I get that. But somebody mentioned earlier the total number of hours that the generators run during the course of the year. It's not a whole lot of hours, and I mean, do they really need to start at 7 a.m.? Can we work with the neighborhood somehow to adjust that schedule so that there isn't an issue that it's cranking up at 7 a.m. and droning on for the 8 hours? If it's 10 to 6, it's different than 7 to 7 to 2 or 7 to 3. It's a different type of thing. And so wondering if there's any representatives from Verizon who would like to comment on thoughts on working with the neighborhood, or if there are other examples of Verizon working with neighbors in other communities or in other areas where I'm sure this isn't a standalone type issue, that there have been different, there likely has been different issues in different communities. Wondering if anybody would like to comment on that. Mr. Benj, would you like to comment?
Sure. No, we could work with the neighborhoods, and as long as it's done during normal business hours, so just in case something happens, we can act accordingly to get it fixed. But we do recommend personnel to be there while they run, and it's basically for witness reasons to verify everything's operating accordingly.
No, I understand. You've got your requirements as well, and as I said, I understand that the equipment needs to be tested. I do get that, but I think if it would be possible to try and find ways that would impact the neighborhood a bit less, I think would be something that I would hope, as a neighbor, as a resident of the community, as a business in the city of Bloomington, as a good neighbor in the city of Bloomington, that you'd consider some of those things.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we would just ask a time and a particular day, if it's, or a couple days, like A and B, and we can work around that.
All right, we may set up an opportunity for the neighbors, the residents, whether this passes or not. I think it's a worthwhile discussion to have about whether it's on this topic or not, or another topic, about ways perhaps that we could find a little bit better balance here between the Verizon facility, which is important. I understand that, but the neighbors have homes and they have lives in the neighborhood as well. So thank you. Council, do we have any additional questions? Is there any additional information that needs clarification for council members as we head into our discussion about how we want to work on this, how we want to act on this?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With respect to the MPCA standards, I'm curious if those standards were created by administration or by legislation.
Mr. Centenario, any idea on that? Or perhaps Ms. Manderscheid, any ideas on that? Legislation.
Unfortunately, I don't know the history, but I do know that there's enabling language in statute, but then there is technical information in the Minnesota administrative rules. So there is some language related to noise rules in both. So that's the little bit that I know of the history.
Mayor?
Ms. Manderscheid.
Mayor, members, I believe that it's rulemaking authority. Mike Centenario is accurate in that there is enabling legislation, and then administrative agencies, state agencies proceed to make rules related to specific measurements as well as standards. There might be also some relevant policy documents as well.
Thank you, Ms. Manderscheid. Thanks for the clarification there.
So, Mr. Mayor, my follow-up question is have these standards been challenged? And if so, what have the results been?
Ms. Manderscheid, any thoughts or ideas on that, or Mr. Centenario?
Mayor and members, I can just generally indicate that the rulemaking process is sort of akin to a legislative process, in that there is typically there are multiple steps in that process where there is an evaluation of the proposal, there's an opportunity for public comment, and they ultimately adopt some rules that set forth standards. That is the typical process. There's sort of a statement of need and reasonableness. I believe that we have looked to see if there are any cases related to this. And I do not believe that there were cases challenging the rules. I would say that there is a process built into the setting of those rules that would allow for an appeal and challenge of certain standards in those.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the responsibilities of city council member I hold strongly in my belief is the protection of the public and the concern of their health, safety, and welfare. And how do we marry up things such as the National Institute of Health that concludes that there is clear evidence that exposure to noise pollution around the clock negatively affects health, with a definitive standard which excludes all noise other than from a particularly generating site? I'm having real ethical and moral questions of how I rule on this case as a result of that conflict.
Thank you, Councilmember Beloga. Council, anyone looking to weigh in here? Any thoughts or ideas? And if not, I mean, I will, while agreeing with Councilmember Beloga and while reiterating again the statements that I've made earlier about the pervasivity of noise and the how it is injurious to health. It can be injurious to health, but by definition in this case, because it's under the state levels that have been set, we can't declare it as injurious to the neighborhood. And because this proposed expansion does comply with city code, Council, I don't believe that we can deny this application based on the processes that we have set up and the parameters that we have set in our city code. And willing to have that discussion, but that's just where I am in terms of looking at this from a judicial, our quasi-judicial role. As I look at it right now, that's what I'm coming to as a conclusion. Councilmember Martin and Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Yeah, I agree with that. And I appreciate my colleagues' questions. We've explored this over a couple of nights now from kind of a staggering number of angles. And I agree. I think it comes down to this is a troubling development for the annoyance it's going to cause the residents in the area, but we've been superseded by state law and Minnesota Pollution Control Agency standards. And we, again, from that quasi-judicial capacity, this meets those standards. So I think on behalf of the residents here, we should have a continued conversation moving forward about, do we need to adjust our buffer standards around industrial zoned areas like this moving forward, especially as we're doing longer term planning around things like our neighborhood commercial nodes, where we're going to be seeing increased density and increased usage. It may not be of the same industrial variety, but I think we're going to see increasing issues around a lot of our buffers in the city. And I think it's also worth having a conversation with our legislators, as has been mentioned, in our legislative priorities for this coming year. Do we need to have a conversation with the DCA to say, when was the last time these were updated in a comprehensive way? Can we use this as a case study to say that the on-the-ground practicality of those standards is approaching dubiousness at this point? So again, I appreciate all the questions that have been asked here. As somebody that lives over way on the east side of town, right next to an international airport, I am very sensitive to neighbors with noise concerns. But I think this is kind of between a rock and a hard place, and moving forward on this legislatively and from a zoning perspective is the way to do it, because I can't find a way to deny this in the judicial capacity.
Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, like Councilmember Beloga, I'm a bit frustrated. And I know I did want to start off by saying that I know that all of the neighbors who have called and emailed me about this care very deeply about their home environment. And they've shown that through their diligence and the time they've invested in the process. And I believe that they believe this would be injurious, particularly since many of them believe the existing facility is injurious. I find it really troubling that we don't factor ambient noise into these kinds of discussions. It's frustrating to me that these standards don't account for conditions as they exist right now. Of course, Verizon is not responsible for noise it doesn't generate it, but Old Shakopee was not built near the Verizon facility. Verizon built and is now asking to expand their facility near Old Shakopee. I guess, my question comes down to, at what point are we allowed to say that we have a collective responsibility for our surroundings? Locating a facility like this in the middle of a field would be very different than locating it next to a major thoroughfare. I just do not understand why we're supposed to act as though these things exist in a vacuum. And in this case, since we're talking about sound, a literal vacuum. But clearly, the laws and the rules of the state of Minnesota tell us differently. If you ever see me go off on preemption efforts at the state level, this kind of thing is exactly why. There are times where preemption is useful, even good, but this is exactly the kind of thing that makes me very wary of tying hands of local elected officials to make decisions that affect their own communities. I think it's a perfectly fair argument to say that the City Council of Bloomington is better equipped, to define what is or is not injurious to our city. I know I have some opinions, but the reality is that we have to consider what we have before us, where we are here and now. I want to thank the neighbors and staff from the city, Verizon, and ESI who have all given us really, really valuable information and who stayed engaged during this process. If I'm being honest, I wish I could vote against this. I think the folks that we've heard from have raised very real concerns about their health and quality of life. But the law and MPCA rules are pretty clear on what we can and cannot consider. They're pretty clear on who sets the standards and who enforces them. I'm not a lawyer, but I'd be willing to bet that if we rejected this, we'd be in and then out of court so fast you wouldn't believe it. And not only would the expansion move forward, but the city of Bloomington itself would be in pretty hot water too. In short, in this instance, we don't get to vote based on what our opinions or feelings tell us, but what the law requires of us. And I know there are a number of folks from the neighborhood who are watching this and probably feeling pretty disappointed right now. And to be honest, you have every right to be. Your concerns are completely valid and deserved a fair hearing. And I hope you feel you've gotten at least that. I would encourage you to take Mr. Centenario up on his offer and keep in touch with city staff. And if you haven't already, I'd encourage you to contact your state legislators, Senator Franzen and Representative Elkins, on what they can do to address state law and rules from the MPCA as well. I get why it's important that city councils have this quasi-judicial authority when making certain decisions. Certain things should not be arbitrary. We shouldn't be able to pick and choose. We shouldn't be able to say, well, even though it meets these standards, I just don't like it. But in this case, it is pretty frustrating. And for the folks who are going to be impacted, it feels really unfair. I wouldn't blame you if you see that as sort of a cop-out answer. But in this case, we just aren't in a position where we really have a lot of discretion.
Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mayor. I think you've raised the point quite clearly in terms of, we're looking at an application here, and it meets those standards. Whether or not we agree with them or not, those are certainly moral issues and that kind of thing. And certainly folks can vote their morals on this particular thing. When we look at the noise, and particularly, I think there's an issue there with the noise. The problem that I have coming to this is simply, how much is Verizon contributing to that noise? And it's not clear to me. We got an award-winning noise expert that happens to be housed here in Bloomington with impeccable credentials. And when I've seen these types of things, I certainly feel, as Councilmember Coulter has eloquently articulated, given my experience, both living on the east side of Bloomington, with the airport noise coming in with the new runway, and serving on the NOC commission along with Councilmember Martin, certainly have seen these things. And it's always tricky when you have this ambient noise and other things that may be causing these types of noise. And I think that we, as a council, should look at that. This is not the appropriate time to have that discussion. So just kind of looking through the things here, we looked at the air pollution, and that standard's been met. Mayor, you and I asked about property value. That isn't conclusive. You could just go through each of these check marks and check them off, and we're there. And so I think it behooves us to move forward with this particular recommendation that both staff, Planning Commission has recommended for this expansion of this area. And certainly we'll be watching the noise and the other things that are concerns for the neighbors, and we should, from a policy perspective, really be focused on that. But in terms of what we need to do here underneath the law as our quasi-judicial, there is not evidence that supports us rejecting this claim and this request for expansion of use that I think would be permittable under our rules. So thank you, Mayor. And when we're ready, I'm ready to go ahead and move this.
A couple council members who would like to weigh in. Councilmember Carter and then Councilmember Nelson. Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm not going to be repetitive of my colleagues here on council. I too really struggle with this decision. I definitely feel a lot of empathy for the residents who have been engaged in this issue and who will be directly impacted, who have been directly impacted by the current facility. And I join the group of my colleagues here on council in saying that I have had the experience of living close to something that was very noisy and impacted my quality of life and the quality of my life, the quality of life of my family. And so I understand how frustrating that is. And I regret that we can't do more in this instance to really serve the residents of our community. So I agree with my council members. I feel that the case is pretty clear here for us, and that this proposal meets city code requirements. It meets MPCA requirements, state standards. And so I will be voting to approve the proposal, but I do so not in like full support in my heart. I just hope residents know that. So I will end my comments there.
Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I think we know where this is going based on the comments we've heard already. I'd just like to say, as a policy question, this one's a no-brainer. This facility should be somewhere else. It shouldn't be there. And I agree that we are bound by state law. We are preempted by state law in terms of the noise. But we do have a certain responsibility as a city council. We control zoning. And I think we need to take a serious look at these types of things, and data storage or any other type of use that requires that level of equipment on the outside of a building to maintain the environment inside of the building, or whatever other noise generating factors there could be to protect neighborhoods from this. This is a situation where these residents are absolutely correct. What they are experiencing is detrimental to them. It's not fair to them. And my neighborhood, we have a train that runs through it, and you hear it a couple times a day. This is always, all day, all night and sometimes even worse. And honestly, I feel so bad that we can't do something for them. That it's just, we need to make sure that this doesn't happen somewhere else in the city, in my opinion. And I look forward to hopefully having that conversation. I'd also like to thank all of the people from the neighborhoods that came and testified and talked about this. I hope if there's one thing you can take away is that I think this council will act based on the information that you brought forward to help make sure we improve our zoning and control this situation in the city as best we can. You made a difference, and thank you for doing the work that you did.
Thank you, Councilmember Nelson.
Mayor, if there isn't anyone else, I'm not sure if Councilmember Belogo had a comment.
Councilmember Belogo, would you like back in? I think you provided a comment earlier.
No, that's fine. I've made my comment, and but as long as I'm speaking, I will add. I'm the only person who's had of council currently who's had experience on the Planning Commission, and I take these matters seriously. But I also believe that the public health, safety, and welfare of our residents supersedes statutory requirements. And as a result, I cannot support this application and will not support this application.
Councilmember Lohman.
All right, ready to make a move. I'll move to continue the item to the January 25th, 2021 City Council meeting and direct staff to prepare a resolution approving approximately 1,700 square foot, 1,000 square foot building addition to an existing data center facility located at 1,801 Bush Lake Road, subject to the revised condition code requirements attached to the staff report and for the reasons set forth by the City Council.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Lohman and a second by Councilmember Martin to continue this item to January 25th and direct staff to prepare a resolution of approval. Councilmember Nelson, did you have an additional comment? I see your hand up again. No? Is there any official or any additional commentary or questions? Hearing none, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Believing that the findings are not supported, I vote no.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
No.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 5-2. So staff will expect a resolution back at our January 25th meeting in favor of this. And I'd like to echo all of the concerns and the empathy expressed by my colleagues on the council. This is a tough decision and a difficult decision, knowing that it's impacting neighborhoods, members of our community in negative ways. But unfortunately, this was an instance where, based on the way the system is set up, it's not to us to say no to this, and unfortunately, and I echo Councilmember Nelson's call to make sure that this doesn't happen elsewhere. It's our responsibility, I think. So thank you for the discussion, and thank you for the information. Thank you for the neighbors for coming forward. Thank you for the information from Verizon as well. It was a good discussion and a very thorough discussion, I think. With that, let's move on in our agenda, if we could, to item 8.1, which is a look at our park system master plan, the plan framework, and capital improvement planning. And I believe, Ms. Wilson.
Mr. Mayor, shall I let the operator go for the evening?
Yes, you could. Thank you very much for reminding me of that. Yes, we could let the operator go because we are done with our public comment for the evening. So please.
Jerome, are you there?
Yes, Chris, and I heard that. Well, thank you.
Thank you for your assistance tonight.
Good night.
Good night.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you for the reminder. Actually, I told Ms. Wilson to do that exact thing, to throw something at me if I went past that without releasing our operator. So now we will move on to item 8.1, our Park System Master Plan Framework and Capital Improvement Planning. Renee Clark, who is our Assistant Director of Parks and Park Projects, is with us this evening. Good evening, Ms. Clark, and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. I'm here tonight to present on the Park System Master Planning Framework, and then also talking a little bit more specifically about capital improvement planning. I'm also joined tonight by Brad Aldrich, our lead consultant from Confluence, who will share the presentation tonight with me. And our director, Ann Cotray, is here as well to add any clarity or answer questions as we go. You should see my screen with our presentation for tonight.
Yes, we do. Please continue.
There is a lot to cover tonight, Mayor and Council. There are specific points of feedback built into the presentation tonight. However, if there is a question that you would like to provide feedback on at any time during our presentation, we absolutely welcome you to do that. So first, we will start off with a master plan project overview, followed by the draft framework and sections, presenting the vision, mission, guiding principles, introducing the equity section, as well as the natural resources and sustainability section. That will be all led by Brad Aldrich. And then I'll take the second part of our presentation tonight, talking about our capital improvement plan, continuing the level of service discussion that we started back in August, and then looking at recommendations for new amenities.
Great.
Right, and I will turn it over to Brad. Thanks.
Thanks, Renee.
Good evening, Mr. Aldrich. Welcome. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much for having me again, Mr. Mayor and council members. Just really quickly wanted to touch on what a park system master plan is, just to kind of remind everyone. And really, it's a guidance document that's intended to be flexible, but help the staff make decisions about parks. And we're going to capture the visions and goals as we've kind of heard them from the community, and to mark those. And really, it's about evolving the parks to help meet the needs of current residents and trying to project forward a little bit in what we think might help meet the needs of future residents as well. And then a lot of this master plan is going to be about prioritization, really about prioritizing improvements and resources, especially in this climate where, of course, resources are not unlimited. Next slide, please, Renee. So why do we need a park system master plan? Really, the purpose is developing this master plan is to guide the department's efforts to meet the community's expectations for parks, recreation facilities, programs, art activities, services, and other types of experiences. Next slide. So as you know, we've been doing a lot of community engagement, and there's a number of things that we've heard. Tonight, we're going to kind of focus in on a couple of these, including the vision. What we've heard from some of you council members and from the public is, I think there's a recognition that the park system is great, but there's definitely some room for improvement. And a lot of the amenities that people have used and are using are past their useful life. And I think there's a desire by a lot of residents to have some unique features in the city, to really kind of create some identity, both in the city and in the neighborhood, and create some destinations for city residents, but also for people outside the city. And some of these that we're going to talk about a little bit more, Renee's going to talk about later, are inclusive playgrounds and community center that we've heard from. And then there's a number of others that people have been requesting as well. But some of the things that we've also heard from this group is kind of looking at planning and how we're going to plan in the future and make sure that our work is continued to be community led and we continue to engage the community. So this service area model, I know we've talked about in the past and we'll revisit it quickly again tonight, is important, and equity from this group and from all of the residents that we've heard is a critical part, and we're going to touch on that a little bit tonight as well. Next slide, please. So the park system master plan framework, we're really starting to lay out kind of what the documents or the deliverables, if you will, are going to be. And we're kind of focusing in on having two almost parallel plans. One, this kind of main document that's listed here is really going to be sort of the public friendly version and include, be really graphic and include a lot of interesting information and summaries of community engagement and the needs assessment, what we've seen from the city, what we've heard from residents, and really kind of focusing on the big picture citywide vision types of things. We also see another document that kind of goes along with this that's really, we're calling department tools right now, but it's really for staff and really focusing on kind of the nitty gritty of operations and maintenance and things that the general public might not be super interested in. But of course, these will both be public documents that will be available for those that are interested in it, but really more of a working framework for staff. Next slide, please. We had recalled that at one of our past meetings, there was some discussion about and some sort of desire to look at some of these big picture things that we're talking about at the beginning, like the vision and the mission and some of the guiding principles. So we have a draft of these, and we wanted to bring these back to you to get your input on them. So the vision and mission that you're seeing here were really guided by what we heard is important to the public through community engagement and shaped by staff. And we also received some great input from Park. So the vision is really looking at what the Bloomington Parks and Recreation Department wants to see for the future. And we envision an accessible system of vibrant parks, diverse recreation facilities, sustainable park resources, and engaging programs and experiences that contribute to healthy individuals and families, a thriving economy, and a high quality of life in the city of Bloomington. And I think kind of focusing in a little bit more on the mission, the mission is really how the department is going to get things done. And I think this is we had a lot of just really great discussion about this one. And I think we really like the mission because it kind of tells you the department what they're going to do, how they're going to do it, and why they're doing it. So what the department is going to do is really provide exceptional park experiences. How they're going to do it is through the management of high quality parks and natural areas, and also by providing innovative recreation programs, art activities, and park facilities. And why is the department doing this? It's to build a sense of community and enhance the quality of life for all residents. So we've tried to capture or encapsulate all that in the mission statement. So I think here, if we have a minute to see if anybody has any quick feedback on these, on the vision and mission, any kind of initial thoughts or reactions.
Council, initial thoughts and actions or reactions? Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I think it's very good. Just a couple of things. The mission only talks to residents, and we have a number of facilities that are used by people beyond residents. The ice garden, we do large softball tournaments, the art center, of course, all of those things. And so what about visitors? We also happen to have what used to be the most visited attraction in the country.
Sure.
So we get them all back to that status. But and then how does it connect in with our business community as well, I think are important within that mission.
That's great. Yeah, thank you. Those are great points.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. In terms of that first vision point, I really appreciate that you have highlighting that it should be an accessible system. And I think not only in terms of the features that we're offering in the areas and whether that's different ability levels, backgrounds, whatever it may be, but also just making sure that we're continuing to highlight accessibility to site locations for folks using a variety of multimodal transportation options. We've got an incredible park system, and I'm sure it's you guys have been discussing it already, but making sure that we have really strong linkages between kind of the marquee recreational options we're providing.
Great. Thank you.
Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a brief thing to sort of piggyback on Councilmember Nelson's thought as far as the vision. I would just add to his list as well, potential residents. I think we know that folks who are looking for a place to call home, they often look at amenities like parks and recreation facilities, and ensuring that we I think recognize and celebrate the fact that our parks are a draw for folks who are considering moving to Bloomington.
And Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a quick comment similar to Councilmember Martin's, and my thinking was just adding interconnected after accessible, so envisions an accessible and interconnected system of vibrant parks. And I think that was my only comment on this slide. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Aldrich, moving on.
Yeah, next slide, please, Renee. So coming out of the vision and mission are the guiding principles, and we've had a number of workshops and discussions with staff and park about these as well. And we kind of focused in on four sort of main guiding principles, if you will. And I think in your packet you have a number of kind of sub bullets under each of these, but we really wanted these to be sort of active and engaging. So we came up with be Bloomington, be essential, be equitable, and be resilient. So these are, coming out of the community, a lot of the keywords and themes that we've been hearing. And just kind of really quickly, be Bloomington is really all about, some of the things that Councilmember Coulter was saying is just really recognizing how great the parks are, and maybe reestablishing that and reinforcing that they are one of the main reasons that people love Bloomington and love to come to Bloomington. So just kind of reestablishing that through the parks. Be equitable, be essential. Is really, of course, we like to think of parks as an essential service. So I think they provide so many things for quality of life in the city of Bloomington, but just really putting them on par with other city services and trying to find the best way for them to blend into the city and work with other departments and really kind of express that they are an essential service for all people. Be equitable is really kind of what it says. It's really being diligent and deliberate about ensuring that the parks are serving everyone. So that's accessibility, that's addressing these income gaps and access to parks and all of those things. And then resilient, of course, is really looking at the economic, social, and environmental resilience and making sure that we're sustainable now and into the future. So those are kind of the critical components of that. So these are still, a working draft form, but we just wanted to get these out to you in case you had any opinions or comments. Next slide, Renee. So equity is, of course, one of the big things that we've been talking about for a while, and we're going to continue to have these discussions, but we have started to frame out a little bit of where we're taking this section, and we wanted to run it past you before we got too far along. So this chapter is really going to address, in this section in the document, generally kind of a framework to guide decision making that reflects a lot of the guidance and research and best practices, both locally in the state and also nationally, and reflect the city and department's equity goals, initiatives, and work plans, and make sure all those things are coordinated. Obviously the benefits of this, we really think the framework will increase equitable access to parks, facilities, and programs for everyone. It will help guide decision-making for staff and make that more easy in the future, and create measurable goals and metrics, I think is a critical part of this that we've been hearing, both from council and from staff, other staff members, to really ensure that we are doing what we are trying to do and say we're doing. So a number of staff have participated in drafting this section, and we will bring this back to you at a future date. But we just wanted to, again, touch on it.
If I could ask you to pause there, Mr. Aldrich.
Sure.
Councilmember Lohman, a question.
Yeah, I had a question on the previous slide.
Oh.
We could go back real quick. So just a real quick question. Would you ever consider getting rid of the bees and putting a little picture of bees there next to that Be Bloomington, Be Essential?
Well, I love,
need a little comic relief there.
Nice. I love the graphic approach, and I love the little comic relief. So for sure.
All right, keep going. Sorry.
Moving forward.
The other major topic that we've of course heard a lot from the public is the importance of the environment and natural resources. One of the things that the parks plan is really going to do is kind of identify these bigger picture natural resource issues and opportunities and kind of lay a framework for natural resource management in Bloomington. It kind of lays the groundwork for a couple of key things that I'm going to talk about in a minute that I think are critical to kind of a really solid natural resource approach. But another thing that this plan needs to do is kind of corral, if you will, a lot of the other sustainability goals and actions that are going on in the community that are great. And just trying to coordinate those to really kind of have the biggest bang for the buck, if you will. So what we're going to do is trying to identify and reflect, the city and department's goals and the sustainability goals throughout these different venues, and then provide some decision-making criteria, and really in the end provide a framework for improvements, for improvements, but also for restoration and protection of various natural resource environments. Next slide, Renee. So one of the things that has really become apparent to us kind of really early on, and I know has been talked about in the city for a while now, and something that we do, we see a lot in other cities, is really looking at putting together a natural resources management plan. It's kind of really a baseline for understanding what you have in the city and for coming up with a strategy to be able to actually take care of it and implement something that's going to be beneficial. So the other thing is having staff that's going to address that. Bloomington has significant natural resources, and to not have staff that are explicitly dedicated to it, and to not have a really sort of a highlighted natural resource management plan is something that needs to change, I think, to really take advantage of what you have and protect what you have. So I know Renee can probably talk about this a little bit more than I can, but staff is going to work on initiating that citywide natural resource management plan in this year, in this calendar year, to get going on that, even though it certainly will be a recommendation in our plan, but just to kind of get going on that ahead of time.
Yeah, Brad and Mayor Busey, members of council, this is work that we feel can be initiated and pretty efficiently, building off the work that was done on the Minnesota River Valley Natural and Cultural Systems Plan, following up on that strategic plan. These recommendations sort of spin out of there, and building towards that citywide application for natural resources management plan. The framework is really quite established through those previous planning efforts. So we think that getting that work started and potentially complete in 2021 is a realistic plan and something that can is needed and that can guide our future CIP programming as early as 2022. Thank you, Brad. With that, I will continue on the topic of capital improvement planning specifically. We began this discussion of capital improvement planning with council in August with the introduction of the level of service assessment and the demographic and trends analysis. We continued the discussion in November at the November 16th meeting, looking at the underserved and overserved facilities, what we have too much of and not enough of, and then defining the service area planning concept further, asking for your concurrence on that. So tonight we'll hone in on plan recommendations for adding new facilities. And also we're seeking further council input and concurrence on some specific concepts. Looking at the level of service analysis, what we have too much of are softball fields, ice rinks, playgrounds, and shelter buildings. Missing inclusive playgrounds. Bloomington doesn't have any. Typically a community of this size has one or two at least. Dog parks, Bloomington just has one. Bloomington only has one skate park. Bloomington doesn't have any mountain bike facilities, just one splash pad and could use more just flexible green space and community gathering space. Specifically from the level of service, and this is based on national standards, not to be used as a specific target, but as guidance and one data point to help us make decisions about how to provide a variety of experiences in parks and amenities in our parks overall. So those looking at the specific numbers of lists and where we're heading in our plan recommendations. For softball fields, the recommendation will be to have approximately 30 to 50 fields. Tennis courts, approximately, between 35 and 45 fields, down from 49. Playgrounds, the level of service report shows, according to the national standards, we have too many, but according to how we mapped them out, and we looked at a geographic map of our playgrounds with walk sheds around them, how far the 5 to 10 minute walk lines up, and that does not show an overservice in playgrounds. So at this time, we are not recommending reduction in the number of those facilities. Outdoor ice rinks we have discussed in December and have reduced that number. Our sites, the actual number of sites was reduced. This number is the number of skating rinks. So some sites, as you know, have two types of skating at them. And then the number of shelter buildings and warming houses. We currently have 17 in our inventory, and staff is recommending 8. We've received concurrence after discussing with you on one lens to create a balanced park system, and that's this service area concept. So we can use these artificial boundaries, that largely follow council district boundaries. The exception to that is this gray line between 3 and 4. As a tool to balance the number of park experiences, amenities, and facilities across the city. Note, this is one tool, and it's not the intent that all service areas are created equal, but that we use these geographies as a planning tool to build equity and accessibility into the park system. In November, staff presented a set of maps showing proposed facilities using this lens as some guidance for how to potentially locate new facilities. We posted those maps on the city's public engagement site for this project, Let's Talk Bloomington, to receive input. I'll be presenting recommendations tonight based on input throughout the process, as well as staff feedback and input from the Park Arts and Recreation Commission, which we've referred to as the acronym PARC through tonight. The first concept we'd like to review with council and get your input on is the scope of park buildings, looking at not just the location, but the number of them, and creating some clarity and a common understanding of what we mean when we're talking about park buildings. I've got examples from 2 different communities here on what staff is envisioning a park building, and I'll review those. The first example is from Roseville. Roseville's got 6 park buildings. They've got 2 sizes generally that they use. The larger size includes a larger multi-purpose room. Roseville uses a uniform architectural style, and their the larger size is approximately 2,700 square feet. Another neighboring community of Edina has 8 shelter buildings, varying in sizes. Architectural aesthetic, somewhat similar, but largely informed by community engagement. You'll see in these examples, the buildings are not the same. They have although some general programming themes throughout, even though the architectural style is differing. And what we're talking about in terms of programming, in the Edina's example, gathering with space for seating, 50 to almost 80 people. These, the sites that staff are proposing all sync up with places that we will plan to continue outdoor skating. So they would function as warming houses in the winter. They'd have restrooms accessible from the inside and outside, with sink tables and chairs on the inside, supporting meetings, classes, camps, summer playground programs, available for rentals for family parties, birthdays, reunions, etc. Another example of programming from the Roseville example, the buildings generally 30 to 50 people for the smaller building, again, act as that warming house to support skating with restrooms. These examples have a fireplace with a kitchenette and a monitor, and support the same type of programming. And we've also shown the rental fees and how that works out in these two communities. Generally, what staff is envisioning for park shelter buildings is a scope that looks like 2,000 to 2,500 square feet. The cost of these buildings, depending on largely the square footage and some of the internal programming choices, like the fireplace you saw in the last example, the cost range is 1 to 2 million. They'd have a gender neutral restroom with internal and external access, keyless entry, internet access, and then the year-round programming that we introduced. Staff's proposing Bloomington have 8 of these community buildings. And the parks that they're proposed on this map line up with areas where outdoor skating is continuing, and parks that we think generally will be well served by master planning in the long term that will help build not just a shelter building, but create a park that includes a shelter building and the surrounding programs and amenities that go with it. So these types, that's the scope and number of buildings is something that staff is looking for council feedback and concurrence on tonight. With that, I would turn it over, Mayor, for any questions and feedback from council.
Council questions or comments, feedback on the possibility of park buildings, their locations, the size and the scope, and the uses that have been laid out here as possibilities. Any thoughts? Councilmember Lohman?
Getting a little bit of an echo here too. I'm not sure if we recognize that. So then my comments are, when I look at service area 1, I noticed that it looks like Moyer Park does not have a building. Is there a reason for that? I know there's not ice. Well, there sort of is, but but is there a reason why we didn't go with one there?
Mayor, council member Lohman, and members of council, the thought was that it was considered and it was discussed because there is a building there now, and the park and the use may be better served by more of a pavilion shade structure type of facility. We're looking at the number of buildings throughout the city, what the right number is, and how to create a good geographic distribution of them. The building at Moyer could still be proposed, but that would, we think, be potentially better served or not needed as much as the other sites proposed. So it comes down to just the pure, how many do we want in Bloomington? And yeah, it is still a question of where they could be located. That's a question that we could ask at the stage of park master planning for Moyer Park, if that's what the community wants, and then discuss with council during CIP planning if that's what council would choose, where council would choose to invest.
Thanks for walking through some of that decision-making process. One other thing I'm curious about is with the price tag of the building. Have we seen in other communities across Minnesota and across the country where they've used unique ways of because I imagine that there's during the day a lot of times these buildings are not being used. So of trying to work out partnerships with either private institutions, nonprofit, churches, synagogues, mosques, that kind of thing, where these things can be co-located. Have you seen any examples of that to kind of bring that price down for the city? I mean, given the circumstances we're in, I think it behooves us to kind of think about that kind of long term. Have you seen any examples to that effect?
Renee, I'd be happy to jump in and answer that question. I think Councilmember Lohman, members of the council, Minneapolis is a really good example of that. They do a lot of those types of partnerships between schools, charter schools, religious institutions. So it's definitely a possibility if that is a direction that you would like us to go.
I do have an interest in that. If we can look at that, I think we just tax dollars are limited, and I think that if we can get pushing these uses out, maybe that would allow us to expand beyond 8 buildings. I also kind of foresee that in the future we may do something similar. We may look and see, hey, we want to look at these neighborhoods and have folks want to meet there and that kind of thing. So just kind of thinking in that regard. But let's see what other folks think. But that's certainly what this council member is thinking.
That's very helpful, Councilmember Lohman. We are at a point in the master plan where we really need to head in one direction or another. So I would love to hear feedback and hopefully get some concurrence from the entire City Council this evening. Thank you.
Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to jump in on that point. And in communities that do have these shared use agreements, which we do that in Bloomington too, right? With our, like the school playgrounds, we kind of have a shared use agreement there. What are some of the drawbacks? I mean, I assume that, I think about like a lot of the youth athletic sports organizations in Bloomington share space with some of the schools, and it is really, really hard to get access to the gyms and different spaces within the schools. Like they're always booked. I think my son had basketball last winter at like 8 o'clock at night. It was ridiculous as an 8-year-old. And so I guess I have some concerns just about like kind of logistically, what does that look like if we're sharing space with another organization who might be using those facilities quite often in combination with other organizations in the city, like our youth sports organizations.
Councilmember Carter, members of the council, you took the words right out of my mouth, to be perfectly honest, when you asked the question of what would be the biggest challenge. The biggest challenge is competing uses for the same space, typically at the same time. For example, with the school district, and this is my experience throughout my entire career, you have agreements with school districts and there's priority use agreements, who gets time and when, and that always ends up being the biggest competition is who gets what space when. And one of the things that we're really missing in our department is indoor recreation space year-round. That's really something that is significantly hindering the number and types of services that we can provide in terms of recreation programs to the community. So just that lack of space is a really significant concern of mine.
Well, and I also know that I have heard over and over again of huge need for just community meeting spaces accessible to the public. And so that's really helpful. So I guess where I'm at right now in this moment, and I'd love to hear what the rest of the council thinks too. I could maybe be swayed, but I do have really big concerns about that kind of shared use approach. Even now, granted, it's COVID time, but my son's soccer organization can't find places to safely practice, and so it feels like it's just a constant battle in trying to find space. So I hear what you're saying, and I agree, and that is a big concern for me. So I'm not sure I'd want to shift our focus to that approach, although I do understand the benefit in terms of possible and very real cost savings that could happen. But I just don't know if we'd be meeting the needs of our residents and be able to achieve that vision and mission that we're setting out.
Well, I agree with both of the points that were made by Councilmember Carter and by Councilmember Lohman. I do think it's worth at least looking at and examining a bit and trying to figure out what might work, knowing full well that there are limitations to it. And so I don't know that it needs to be an either or type of thing. I think we could do I'm assuming it's possible to do a combined method of some kind where we have at least some of our facilities that may be part of shared use agreements and some that are not. I think there's some flexibility there and some possibilities that we could explore further. Councilmember Beloga.
Could staff address how the use is foreseen or forecasted? Would these be buildings that are manned throughout the day, or are they manned on like some of our current warming houses by volunteer staff, or what's the thoughts that underlie this?
That's a great question, Councilmember Beloga. Thank you for raising that. Mayor, members of the council, I would not envision these buildings to be just regularly staffed. I would expect them to be staffed during periods of utilization of the buildings. The one benefit of having these types of facilities with internet access, it does give us the ability to have those buildings lock and unlock remotely. So we could have access to restrooms that we don't have currently. But I would not see the buildings being staffed regularly. If someone did a rental, if a resident or an organization rented a building, our staff would go in, we'd prepare the building for that rental group. The building would not need staffing during that rental, and then someone would come back and lock up the facility, clean up, and reset, those types of things. But it is not a very heavy, staff-intensive type of an operation. The one other thing that I wanted to mention that Renee did not mention is that in my experience, when we've had these types of buildings that have replaced the older types of park buildings like we have currently in Bloomington, the buildings go from little to no use, like is what we have right now, pretty much just for winter warming houses, to being really vibrant, very active, very busy buildings. They tend to get used all the time, whether it's family picnics or athletic associations, church groups, you name it. They are very, very busy facilities.
Then Renee or Ann, whoever feels appropriate to address, how did we arrive at 8? Is that looking at the population and saying that typically one of these buildings of this size serves about 10, 12,000 people on average, and that was the formula, or was there another methodology employed?
I think we looked at a variety of different things, Councilmember Beloga, Mayor, members of the council. We certainly looked at the service areas. We looked at trying to distribute them geographically throughout the community. We looked at where our summer playground programs are, the largest and most successful programs, and where we have our skating facilities and where we anticipated having skating facilities moving forward in the future. It was really our goal to try to have these facilities be vibrant facilities year-round. So those are some of the factors that contributed to our decisions. Again, we're certainly open to other locations. We're open to more or fewer as well.
Thank you. And can I digress for a second and go back to one of the earlier items when it was looked at for numbers that may need to be adjusted for particular functions? There was tennis courts. And the question I have is, are those tennis and pickleball courts? I didn't see pickleball courts on that chart. Yes, that one. Thank you.
Mayor and Councilmember Beloga, that is just tennis courts. So pickleball courts are something that we are lacking and proposing to add, but this is specific to tennis.
Okay, and some of our courts are multifunction so that they'll serve their dual stripe for both tennis and pickleball. And I'm sure you're taking that into account.
Yes, Councilmember Beloga, that is correct, and we are taking that into account. They do definitely serve both purposes, but for an avid pickleball player, striped tennis courts don't really meet the need. So we do believe that it's an ad for the park system to add another set of dedicated pickleball courts, probably on the east side of town. That's something coming a little bit later in our presentation.
Okay, I'll be patient. Thanks for the
absolutely. Thank you.
Opportunity to ask that question.
You bet.
So one final question, and then we'll move along. As I look at the buildings that you have here, what is the experience in both Roseville and Edina to use buildings like this as warming houses? My experience with warming houses is they get a bit beat up every now and again. They're kind of roughly used, and so do the finishes of these buildings, does it work? Do they have to put in a lot of rehabilitation and money in the spring to bring these back to this good looking building here after a winter's use as a warming house?
Mayor, members of the council, that's a really great question. And I have had the good fortune of having the opportunity in Edina to build and maintain several of these buildings that were probably a 20-year-old vintage up to I built, probably somewhere in maybe 4 of them during my tenure as director. And we learned a lot during that time. But this photo is a really great example of some of the things that we did in Edina. The flooring that you see here is carpet. So we didn't need to put any skate tile down on the floor. And the wall surfaces were such that they didn't get dinged up. The black spots that you see on the wall are actually hooks that people can hang coats and bags. The function was really excellent, and I can tell you honestly that that particular carpet that we used was tiles, so if it got spilled on, they could just swap out the tiles. And after 10 years of use, that carpet was still in really, really excellent condition. So the other thing that we're planning in the future is all of the sites that have skating facilities will have warming house attendants, and just the fact that there will be an attendant in the building helps with that as well. But using the correct finishes are certainly critical, and they can hold up quite well.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, then let's move on. Thank you for this.
Okay, is there just finally, before we move on, I just want to feel like we have concurrence on what we mean by a park building, and generally the number proposed at this time. And I feel like we do have that. If not, if you could speak up and leave that as an open question for us, that's okay too.
Well, without hearing other options or other objections, I think the general feeling is yes. I think you're on the right track. Whether or not it's the right numbers or the right places, that might be something to consider or something to talk about. But I think we're headed in the right direction here. Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, just one brief. If we could just go back one slide. One last brief question here, and this was just brought on by Councilmember Lohman's comment, but I didn't think I heard it addressed. But there is a structure, I don't know how you describe it necessarily, at Moyer Park. So I guess my question is, I mean, obviously things aren't set in stone. This is not final and all of that. What happens if this moves forward? Say this is the final map. What happens to that structure?
Member Coulter, members of the council, thank you for asking that. Moyer Park actually is listed in the CIP, and improvements there of that nature would be part of a individual park master plan, which would be community led. So specifics on those details would be discussed with council and with the community as part of an overall master planning process for the mark. And I'll ask Director Catre to weigh in if there's anything else.
Renee, I thought you covered it quite well. The only other thing that I would add is as we do these neighborhood-driven master plans, if by chance they want something that is outside of the realm of what we were initially proposing, we would certainly bring it back to council. For example, if we got into this process and we're doing the master plan of Moyer Park, which we have coming up in the not too distant future, and the neighborhood said, hey, we'd really like a shelter building here, or we'd really like a large picnic pavilion, we'll include that in the planning process, and we'll bring that forward to the council for a conversation at that time.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Council, we're at 20 to 10 already, and we still have a couple of items on our agenda. So I don't want to cut back and limit conversation here, and the same with our presentation. But let's keep the clock in mind as we continue to move forward into this evening with the discussions that we're having and the information that we're sharing.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll note that of the facilities I'm introducing, the beefier discussions are at the start. The next one are fully inclusive playgrounds, something else we wanted to bring a little bit more clarity and description on to council. A fully inclusive playground allows children of all abilities to play together, removing social and physical barriers to participation. These are generally larger facilities and are local and regional destinations, really often located on places with good parking and good transit access. The cost of these, it really depends on size, but generally 4 times about as much as a normal playground, with starting about $500,000, largely driven by the hard safety surface. So I want to note that design standards for playgrounds generally will be incorporated into the park master plan, which will include more accessibility. But Bloomington, we're proposing have at least one, if not more, of these types of fully inclusive facilities. The specific size and scale might be determined more specifically as part of an individual park planning process. Staff has proposed potential locations across the city. 3 generally for consideration are the 2 regional centers for recreation at Dread and Valley View because of their accessibility by transit and parking. Brookside is a park with a master plan in the future coming, and also centrally located and relatively easily accessible. Moyer was discussed as a potential possibility, something we could ask the community. Bryant has been discussed, but could potentially not fit the overall scope of what we were talking about in terms of scale and access, but also could be introduced and discussed as part of a master planning process. The question that we will continue to raise for council is, should we have one, should we have two? And that can continue to be discussed as we plan. Bike Skills Park is something that we've heard a lot of interest in through the public engagement process. These can be a combination of natural and built features on a small to large scale. And I'm showing you some examples of, kind of a medium scale or really more large scale, and something more small scale that's retrofitted. This is a picture, I believe, in Minneapolis, where some built facilities have just been added to an repurposed court surface. I'm told that even this site is really popular in a community, this one being in Minneapolis. Staff has proposed a few different locations using this geographic scan, as well as Ridgeview, which has good location to the regional parks and trails near a school. Parker's Picnic Grounds, close trail access. Wrights Lake Park might be a good opportunity to have a combination bike skills. Through public engagement, River Bottoms generally was introduced, looking at the area underneath 35W Bridge. I want to highlight, and I'll turn this over to Brad for just a quick 1-minute description of a concept plan. Council gave us the direction, when we're taking experiences or facilities away, repurposing them as maintenance needs grow, things like that. What are we doing to replace those experiences? Trepas is an example at 90th and France, where we have discontinued 2 ice rinks that were programmed for broomball. And we've put together a conceptual plan of what a bike skills park could look like here. And Brad, if you want to take just 30 to 60 seconds to talk through that.
Yes, thank you, Renee. This is really just a feasibility study to show kind of the size of what one of these facilities might look like, and the supporting infrastructure that would go along with it, the parking lot, picnic pavilion, and it really is similar size to one of the examples Renee showed in Woodbury. So I think it would actually fit really nicely here at Trepa as kind of the take-home message from this.
Skate parks are a popular destination for teens. Bloomington currently has 1. We flagged a few study locations, Reynolds, Tarnhill, Gene Kelly, for a smaller type of skate park facility. These can be retrofitted as well. Dred Scott is a potential location for another larger site. Here's an example of what a smaller site looks like. Larger sites serve not only just skate, but can be bike skills and scooters as well. Splash pads are a popular amenity that we are studying, and is a great way, we know, to escape the heat in the summer. We did hear feedback and have considered the expense to build and maintain, particularly in Minnesota. We're continuing to discuss. Valley View has the aquatic area, the Family Aquatic Center, and adding that type of feature would be considered with a renovation generally of the aquatic center. So not to say that there wouldn't ever be something at Valley View Park. Bryant Park seemed like a location if we were to add 1 more of these amenities in an area in the northeast quadrant of town that really is focusing on the most urbanized population, where access to parks and park amenities are more limited. We really won't be able to easily add a lot of park space, a lot of access to natural areas and water, but an amenity like this could well serve a lot of people in this location of town. Not that to say a splash pad wouldn't be well used in other locations, such as maybe a big facility like Dread or another park. But due to the kind of nature of what these are, we feel the adding at least one more in a more urbanized part of town would make sense. So future, we'd be looking at council concurrence on should we have, more of these scattered across town, or really kind of focus on how we're, serving a specific population and geographic area that is more limited in park amenities and experiences than other areas maybe. The next maps focus both on cricket and pickleball, but first, just to give a little background on cricket. It's a grass field, approximately 137 meters by 60 meters. So a giant, kind of a giant circle with what's called a pitch in the center where the game is played. It's played between two teams of 11 players, and the popularity actually is growing. And it's a game popular with the BIPOC community and currently is being played informally in Bloomington parks, particularly at Poplar Bridge, I understand, and I think Valley View may be used as well. Through the engagement with staff and our online engagement, Northwest Health Science Building came up as a really good potential location for a partnership to provide this experience. So staff will be reaching out to them to look at that partnership opportunity as a good location. Dog parks are a very popular amenity in Bloomington. People love Bloomington's off-leash dog park, and for a community the size of Bloomington, we really should have one or more than that park, so two or more total. The green dotted line is the XL Power Corridor easement, and we're calling that a search area for another larger dog off-leash area similar to the one on the west side of town. We don't have a specific site in mind, but we think there may be opportunities within that corridor. The smaller dots all around represent the option for neighborhood parks, where we would repurpose hockey skating boards that are left up year round by retrofitting with a gate. And we're going to be exploring this with park maintenance this year, actually, where we can retrofit some of those skating sites with gates to be smaller community dog parks. Then finally, where we're at. We are really between phase 3 and phase 4, looking at continuing to shape the capital improvement plan, which is what the Park System Master Plan supports. We've done a lot of community engagement, and we will continue to use our Let's Talk Bloomington site for testing our ideas and working with the community on draft sections as they come forward. We're shooting to have the draft deliverable coming to you in April with some specific information forthcoming with details on the benchmark survey report and summary of design standards. So with that, thank you for the good discussion early on, and if the council wishes to go back and add any kind of input on some of those things that I hurried through a little bit more, we are happy to hear that. Otherwise, we'll be back with those further details in the future.
Well, thank you very much for that. It's very exciting. It's an exciting discussion, exciting conversation, and thought of what we could have in the future in terms of park facilities that really meet not only the needs but the desires of Bloomington residents. And so I'm excited to see the work that's gone on. So thank you so much for that. Councilmember Nelson, a quick question, comment?
Thank you, Mayor. Just one question, or two questions. Anyways, I'm wondering how all this fits into potential conversations about centers of community, particularly the larger building type facilities, and how that might. I think that's something to consider looking at that. I was a little surprised that there weren't indoor athletic type amenities, because I've heard that that is a use. I know that was part of that community center conversation in terms of gym space. I think someone mentioned it earlier as well, how much so that is a need within the community. And then there'll be a lot more detail on the dog parks, I assume. But one of the things that I would hope is that there's some type of, in addition to the space, amenities, agility things for the dogs to play on and run on and stuff like that, because that's what our dogs love to do.
Thank you, Councilmember. From my perspective, everything they talked about would fall into the realm of a center of community in a lot of different ways. I just walking around Lake of the Isles yesterday, and obviously that a center of community there, but just off of the Parkway, the dog park that was going on there was out of control. There were so many people there, and just it was absolutely nuts. And yes, a dog park, of all things, definitely a dog park could be a center of community in so many different ways. In these park buildings, skate parks, this is the type of thing we need to be thinking of and having this conversation about. How do we build community around so many different places, so many different ways of thinking about things, whether they're parks or recreation kind of things, or art centers, or a lot of different possibilities. So that you're exactly on the right. From my perspective, you're exactly headed down the right path. I mean, we're thinking exactly the same in terms of what it means in terms of a center of community. Council, additional questions? Anything else? Councilmember Beloga, you've got your hand up, I see. I'm not sure if that's from previous question or current.
Thanks for the heads up on that. That was previous question.
Thank you. Council, anything else? Well, thank you, Ms. Clark, Ms. Catry. Appreciate the information, appreciate the update. And as I said, looking forward to continuing this discussion. This is exciting stuff, so thanks much.
Thank you.
Very helpful. Thanks so much.
Absolutely. Next up is item 8.2, our continuing and ongoing discussion on council rules of procedure. And I think we're actually getting close to wrapping up here, getting close to where we need to be in terms of some of the decisions that we have to make and some of the specifics that we do need to talk about. So, Ms. Vanderscheid, thank you for your patience, and thanks for your patience long term on this. We've been working on this for a long while, and we put this off a couple of different times. So appreciate your sticking with us and your continuing to lead us through this conversation.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor and members. Yes, we've been working on this for about 18 months or so. And during that period of time, we have experienced a great deal of changes in our world and in our public participation processes that we have not only been present for, but also observed. And as a result of that and of all of the other experiences that we've had, I think some of the edits that we had made and conversation that we had back in 2019 and early 2020 will evolve a bit. Just to give the most simplistic of examples, if you recall, we were talking back about the difference between our study meetings and our business meetings. And we had debated the use of the term business meeting, and nobody particularly cared for that. But that problem sort of went away because now we have 6 p.m. meetings and they're aggregated. So some of the things that we talked about earlier will no longer be in play, but many of the things that we've discussed to date will be rolled into a revised document. So I've outlined on page 324 of the council packet the discussions to date that gets you to where we are tonight. And we have one item left to talk about. And that is decorum and enforcement of decorum. Those are in sections 18 and 21. I find it probably the most helpful to talk, to look at the December 16th discussion draft. It's one of the attachments to the agenda item, but you don't have to have it in front of you. but that is one of the most sort of convenient versions to be looking at during this discussion. So if you are looking at that, it's again section 18. It's page 13 of the rules document. And what I thought might be helpful, just to orient ourselves, is to do a very high level overview of the law, and then move into a very high level overview of the sections 18 and 21 to ground you in sort of where we are currently, and then perhaps open it up for discussion about how you might want to move forward. I have one offer for your consideration, and it's an example sample that's also listed in your packet. We also have Chief Potts here with us tonight. He has been discussing this item with me for a couple of months, and I know he has some specific thoughts on it as well. So Jeff, I just encourage you to jump in at any time that is appropriate for you, and I'll do my best to get through this as quickly as possible. All right, so at a very high level, the law, as you recall, provides that when the government opens up opportunities for public comment and participation, the First Amendment applies. It also protects, generally we think about that as speech, but it also protects non-speech activities as well. So wearing of certain clothes or wearing of certain logos, that sort of behavior. Generally speaking, harassment or uncomfortable speech that the council is the subject of or is being scorned or otherwise criticized is generally protected. That speech is protected by the First Amendment when disruption is what is being created, is the outcome of what is being spoken. However, when the speech is used to advocate violence or insurrection, and it's likely to produce violence, then that type of speech is no longer protected by the First Amendment. So that's a very high-level overview of the types of speech, and I think we've seen a lot of examples of the different types of speech, especially in the last year. So with regard to government regulation, as you recall, and we've discussed it in the past, the government cannot regulate the content of the speech. The government can enforce reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions. They need to be narrowly tailored. They need to further a substantial government interest, and there needs to be other channels that the person could communicate through. So some general examples of time, place, and manner restrictions are, for example, the 20-minute period of time for the public comment period. Another example, a very commonly used example, is the 3-minute or 5-minute time limit per speaker for comments. Another one that we used previously at the city is a restricted area, setting up in a protected area. And if somebody came into that restricted area, there would be that would be a criminal violation. The other thing that is used is the recess. I think that's a common technique that is used to bring down the level of disruption. In some communities, they have recessed and then come back. And in other communities, they have recessed and then reconvene in another room where there are different, where there's a different setup. And in some communities, the person who is being disruptive or people that are being disruptive have been asked to be removed, or the presiding officer has asked to remove those people from the meeting. Where that's a permanent removal, that has been a problem under the law. So with that very broad brushstroke overview, Jeff, is there anything else you want to add before I move into a discussion about the specifics of the sections and the rules of procedure?
Mr. Mayor and Ms. Manderson. No, I think you've done a good job of doing a high-level overview, and I'll just wait to hear kind of the more specifics. And as you've mentioned, there are two examples in there, one from, I think, the city of Minnetonka, and then Rochester, who offer a slightly different variation in terms of the language as it relates to decorum. So I'll wait until you're done, and then we can maybe have further discussion about that at that time.
All right, sounds good. So with regard to decorum, again, it's section 18 of the rules of procedure. It's one of the sections towards the end. There's an A and a B section in the decorum section 18. The first section A relates to council members, and it explains that discussion between members and conversations must preserve order and decorum. They should be peaceable. The people should not interrupt each other. It also talks about how there shouldn't be personal attacks. The presiding officer is in charge of meetings, and that the council members serve as public role models for how items can be publicly debated. Section B or Part B of Section 18 talks about staff and members of the public. They have to be recognized by the presiding officer before speaking. And then items that are not on the agenda are limited in time. There's a reference to that. And items that are not on the agenda are also limited in time. If you recall, historically, there have been two different time periods for the different types of speech. There have been previous discussions and desire articulated to me to change that so that it's all the same and that it is 3 minutes. And certainly, of course, the presiding officer could make a determination that for a particular topic, all speakers would be provided with a different amount of time. The last thing in this section is a prohibition or a request to refrain from unnecessary conversation or distracting activity, both by the staff and members of the public at the meetings. All right. Any questions on section 18? Would you like me, Mayor, to get into discussion about section 18, or would you like me to go to the enforcement side section and talk about that first before we come back for a discussion about the actual edits?
I think if anybody has comments here as we go, any thoughts or ideas on what we've talked about thus far? Councilmember Coulter.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor. I know I have, excuse me, sorry. I've raised the concerns that I and others have had with regards to decorum as far as the public is concerned in the past. But just as I was reading over the examples that you included in the rules of procedure for Minnetonka, it has a statement here that I actually think is quite useful, and just says, members of the public attending council meetings must observe the same rules of order and decorum applicable to the council. And I think that's something worth considering. I think, as far as discussion goes, the way council is expected to behave, I think that's a reasonable expectation of the broader public as well. And I think that may get at some of the concerns that I have had without hopefully getting too far afield as far as First Amendment protections.
Mayor and members, Councilmember Coulter, are you speaking, I think on page 6 of the Minnetonka rules?
Yep,
okay.
That's correct. Page 6, section 5.4.
Any additional comments or questions on those first sections that were covered? Seeing none. Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. So there is a line under the council member section that says members should support the majority opinion of the council once a vote has been taken. And I'm just wondering if you could talk more about that because, yeah, I'm just wondering if you could kind of explain what that really means, what that looks like for us as a council. Because I mean, when I read that, I'm like, oh, there's been plenty of times over the past year that I've been on council where that hasn't necessarily happened. And so I guess I'm just wondering what this really means.
Mayor, members, Councilmember Carter, I didn't draft this document, so I don't know exactly what the intent was at that time. I can say, generally speaking, those types of provisions are included in documents like this because the belief is that we can sort of agree to disagree, right? That we can have a public debate that is polite and honors each other's opportunities to have different opinions. And then we take a vote, and we've agreed as a group as to what is a winning vote, so to speak, on a particular motion. And then once that vote occurs, then we move on. We've each had our opportunities. You know, we speak to why we're voting the way we're voting, and then we move on, and it becomes the policy of the city, or the decision of the city, or the decision of the body. So in my experience, that is the reason that provisions such as that are included.
And if I could, Ms. Mandish, Councilmember Carter, I think the easiest way to think about that, and I've heard it used in the past, and it's very applicable here. It's my vote, our decision. And so you have your individual vote, and we can talk about it, and everybody's got their different opinion, their different ideas, their different vote. But once we come to that vote, then that's the decision of the Bloomington City Council. And the hope is that we can move forward as a decision of the Bloomington City Council, not the decision of you four guys over there because us three didn't agree with you over here, that kind of thing. It's what the City Council decided as a body.
Thank you for that explanation. So I would have one minor edit then, based on how you explain that, and maybe moving that sentence to the end of that section, just kind of in conclusion, kind of more of a, because it feels like that the last paragraph there kind of explains like why we do that based on the explanation that you just gave.
No, I think that makes sense. I think that's a good summation of Section A there, I think. A good button on it. Council, anything else? Other questions? Then we move onward.
All right, Mayor, members. The next section and last section is 21. It's enforcement of decorum. It's on page 18 of the rules. And this particular section has traditionally had one part. We had discussed having some additional edits to that, and so I'll go through each of those. The first part, Clause A, states that the chief of police is the sergeant at arms, or any other member of the police department as designated, and that the presiding officer, or that rather that the sergeant of arms, I'm sorry, I can't read my sloppy handwriting. The sergeant at arms carries out the orders of the presiding officer, or the majority of those present. So I want to just note that for your, draw your attention to that. So in several times in this clause, it says upon instructions of the presiding officer, comma, or majority of the council. So it's not a situation where the presiding officer can overrule or overpower, so to speak, the majority of the council if there is a desire for some other order to be presented to the sergeant at arms. Moving forward down through that section, the sergeant at arms has the authority under the rules to remove any person and to cause that person to be prosecuted. We made some edits to respond to some case law that has come into place since the drafting of this. And we also added some language to allow for civil civil restraint or civil processing as appropriate based on what the behavior is that caused the person to be removed. So then in the next section, it's a new section B. This has to do with signs. Our rules previously were silent as to signs. And with regard to time, place, and manner restrictions, I'm of the opinion at this time that a regulation on the size of the signs would probably withstand a challenge if it was challenged. I'm proposing 11 by 17 simply because that's how big sheets of paper come in. The reason, the basis on such a limitation for signs and size of signs is two-part. The obstruction of view, such that if everybody in front of you, when we're back in the chambers, is holding up signs, you won't be able to see. So if you want a different sign size, if you want it to be 8.5 by 11 or 11 by 22 or whatever you say, I can change it to that. But in my review of the law, the obstruction of view has found to be a legitimate basis for such a restriction. The handle is also, excuse me, been discussed in some case law, and whether it's a weapon, that sort of restriction. So we would obviously defer to the sergeant at arms as to whether or not they had concerns about that. I set up provisions in this new language to allow for the removal of the sign from the person. It wouldn't cause that person to be removed. We would remove the sign if it was not in compliance or was otherwise a dangerous, creating a danger to people around them. The person would leave the sign outside of the council meeting, and then they can get the sign back afterwards. And again, as a reminder, such a sign regulation would be content neutral, and it would be uniformly enforced such that all signs would have the same restrictions.
Excuse me, Ms. Manderscheid. Councilmember Lohman, question?
So what about banners and other items that don't really fit into that sign category? How do we deal with those things?
Ms. Manderscheid.
Mayor, members, Councilmember Lohman, you cut out right when you started speaking. I'm sorry. Could you repeat that question?
So we've got signs, but what about banners, buttons, hats? I mean, certainly you can put a message on anything, right? You say no signs this size. Okay, I'm not going to bring a sign. I'll bring a hat that has, I don't know, a couple of buttons on it. I don't know. So my question is, what, are we going down a pathway? So how do you deal with those things that are novel, as opposed to, because sign is a piece of paper, but there's lots of other ways. You got a globe in your back. You can bring a globe in. That's not a sign. So,
right.
I'm just curious, how do you deal with those other tools of protest?
Ms. Manderscheid.
Mayor, members, much of that type of speech that you talked about is protected. So, for example, buttons are protected. Hats, the wearing of hats would be protected. People can do that, generally speaking. Now, banners, that would be that would need to be something that we would need to have an interpretation of that. We experienced a banner earlier in the chambers, within the last 18 months in the chambers. That wasn't obstructing anyone's view because of the way it was being held down, closer to the ground. If it was being held up in front of people and it was obstructing their view, we would need to, that would not be allowed under the currently drafted edit to these rules. Similarly, if someone was waving a T-shirt and using it like a sign and it was obstructing people's views, I think we could interpret it as being a T-shirt being used as a sign, and apply the rule as drafted here. I can certainly look into the banner. It's been, I haven't researched that in particular with regard to whether the courts have allowed it to be removed. In my experience, or excuse me, as drafted right here, my research has indicated that the obstruction of views is a lawful reason to regulate the size of banners.
Okay, so if you're using the banner, to obstruct, and that's really which more I'm interested in. I certainly have questions about the banner, but you know what? We can get that in the next version of the draft. I'm more interested in the obscurant view, using different things for that. So I think the banner piece is a separate question. And certainly if you're ready to go with that, I don't want to slow the publication of this one out. We could get it in the next updraft.
Okay.
Well, but I do think, Councilmember Lohman, you bring up a good point. I mean, a banner, a flag, a sign. Does a sign become a banner when it's, if it's a 2 foot by 3 foot, but you're holding it at your knees? Is it no longer a sign and now it's a banner? It's a kind of a slippery slope, and it sounds like the issue here is where you're holding it. If you're holding it above your head and blocking view, well, what if you're in the back row? Then does it count as not obstructing anyone's view? So, I think if we look to do this, I wonder if it's the best way to do it is simply say, nothing larger than 11 by 17 flag, banner, sign, whatever it is, and limit it to chest level or something like that. Because I understand what you're saying about the blocking of views is the power here, but to do a catch-all, I think is I think gives us more control over the situation. Yes, the banner, we had a banner in here in the last 18 months, but just because it was in front of the dais doesn't mean it was, is it simply allowed because they didn't hold it up? That's the question that I'm just not sure about. So something to think about, I think, as we consider all of this.
Sure, certainly. And I can research that and incorporate the research into the next draft.
Okay, thank you. Council, anything else on this? Any other questions on banners, flags, signs, T-shirts, hats, buttons, etc., etc.? Seeing none. Ms. Manderscheid, please.
All right. The final provision of this section relates to the duty of all members of the council to assist the presiding officer in preserving order and decorum in providing for the efficient operation of the meeting. So that's the first part. And the second part is by a majority vote of those present, the council may vote to recess or adjourn the meeting in order to preserve order and decorum or for public safety. So I think some of the key provisions there is that the preservation of order and decorum is a shared duty. Similarly, there's a statement about the value of efficient operation of the meeting, and that there is just some certain things that have to get done. We have to pay bills. We have to enter into contracts. We have to do certain things so that the order, the business of the city continues forward. It's a shared responsibility of all of us, of all of the members to get that, to create an environment where that can happen. And then also the recess and adjourning can be done by a majority of those present. So it is not a supermajority. It's not a one-person decision. It's a majority of those present. And the reasons being either to preserve order and decorum or for public safety.
Council, thoughts on that section? I do believe that follows the precedent that we had set here at one point, that it was the majority of the members present, whether or not to adjourn or to continue the meeting. So I do think that makes sense. Anything else on that, Council? Very good. Ms. Manderscheid.
The one thing that, the one addition that is not in the draft that has come, that Chief Potts and I have been discussing and considering since since a year ago, basically, when this previous draft was put together, is the approach that's taken by Rochester. And that model is also in your packet. It is in chapter 4 of their rules. And the two things that I want to make sure that we highlight for you with regard to the Rochester approach of their rules is they have some appendix, and I'm going to just briefly mention these and then go back to their particular chapter 4. They have some appendices in their rules, and those one of them is the document that is provided to the public that helps them participate in the process at a council meeting. And we have that document available. It's on our city website, and it's at the dais. One of the things that I'm planning to do, unless you ask me not to, is to incorporate that document into our rules of procedure, akin to how the city of Rochester does it, so that it becomes a part of the document and is more linked to it. The other thing, though, is their section specifically. I wanted to make you aware of that because Chapter 4 of the Rochester Rules talks about this Appendix A, and so I wanted to make sure you knew what that was. But Section 4.2 of Chapter 4 in Rochester sets sort of a process forward that I'm interested in getting your feedback on. The first, when there is a disruption, there is a warning from the presiding officer. If the disruption persists, then the person is asked to leave by the presiding officer. The council members can appeal the order of the presiding officer if they don't disagree with the removal, and it's a majority vote, non-debatable. Now, asking this person to leave and removing them from the meeting only applies to that specific meeting. They can come back. That person can come back to a subsequent meeting, to the next meeting. It's a one meeting removal, and it is intended to, again, address those threatening, violent actions and behaviors that we believe at the time are likely to incite or result in violence. It's not a way to manage, things that make you statements that we were talking about before that are otherwise protected by the First Amendment. This would be those statements and behaviors that are not protected by the First Amendment. Chief Potts, you want to elaborate on that further?
Mr. Mayor, Ms. Manderson, I think this was the example that we found that we thought provided a good balance. There's, again, as Ms. Manderson mentioned, there's a warning, there's a process. It's pretty clear, at least whoever holds the role of sergeant at arms, kind of what is going to happen and what are set in basically places the rules for decorum with a little bit more clarity than our current rules. So I think when we discussed this, that we thought that was again striking that appropriate balance, and but also being able to have clear rules. We thought that the Rochester example did that fairly well. I think the biggest thing we're trying to accomplish here is make sure that that these rules are clear to the council, to whoever's filling the role at sergeant at arms, and then also perhaps we could make these rules through the appendix easily available to the public within the chambers or on a table, maybe even on a sign, so that we don't find ourselves in a situation that we're all a bit unclear as to where the line is on some of these violations of decorum.
Yes, and also I'll add that I believe that this particular process or procedure, if you want to call it, is one that has been used in Portland, Oregon, and for those folks that sort of follow the news, there is a lot of activity in Portland and at their meetings. So they have used this approach. I don't have firsthand experience as to sort of, an example or a meeting that I can point you to as to where it played out. But in talking with staff that were in Portland, it is it is sort of an approach that appears to be likely to have a level of success as well as to honor the First Amendment. We don't have a great deal of law in the Eighth Circuit. A lot of the law is coming out of the circuit that's on that coast. And so we use the decisions of that circuit as guidance as to what would likely to be found to be constitutional as well in our circuit.
If I could, Ms. Mandershad, I actually do have firsthand examples of this, because this is very similar to what's used at Board of Regents meetings at the University of Minnesota. And the two changes that I would suggest, or a couple of possibilities that I would suggest, is that the warning from the presiding officer, I think we need to have a standardized warning that doesn't include, it takes away any of the emotion of the moment. It takes away any of the personal relationship between the people talking. It's a standard statement, basically, of what's going to happen. You're disrupting the meeting. You're out of hand. According to the rules of procedure, you may be removed. I mean, that kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Just basic standard language that takes away any ambiguity of it and makes it clear exactly what's going to happen. The second thing that we might want to consider, I understand in Rochester and the notion of the presiding officer, but I've also seen it be delivered by where the presiding officer steps away and it is actually the sergeant at arms that delivers it. And again, I've seen that not only in meetings, but also in like disruptions at public speeches or disruptions in public events, where whoever's at the podium, their job is to step away, and it's delivered, that message, that scripted message is delivered by someone, not the speaker himself, not the presiding officer, but rather an authority figure who's actually able to offer that as as something. So just two things that might be considered we might want to talk about. Councilmember Lohman, your hand is up.
Yep. So just quickly, I like the statements you just made there, Mayor. But my question now is, you got a group of folks who are yelling obscenities, and now tell me how you deal with that given this 4.02. And I'm not saying that we got to have everything prescribed and written in here. I just want to know how they would have handled that or dealt with that, given this, what's written here.
Well, Mayor, members, certainly there, it would depend on the, excuse me, it would depend on the situation. I think that if there was a large group of people, and it's not going to be possible to continue with the basic business of the city that needs to get done at that meeting, it's not possible to remove people. My recommendation would likely be to recess the meeting and reconvene in a different conference room. And in that conference room, we would continue to televise the meeting. We would ensure that everyone that's in the meeting location, be it the chambers or wherever, is safe, but that they would also have access to the meeting that is still occurring, albeit in a different location. And then anybody that desires to speak, for example, if there's a public hearing, is brought by the Sergeant at Arms designee from wherever they are to the conference room where the council is meeting, and one by one, each is individually brought in for their 3 minutes of testimony, and then they are removed after that testimony.
So basically, what you're saying is this does not apply to large groups. To make a cliff notes on this.
Potentially, I mean, it's certainly not my decision at that point, but I think that perhaps is worthy of consideration as a way of managing a large scale disruption of the meeting, especially when you need to have certain things happen in order to continue with the efficient operation of the city.
Again, Councilmember Lohman, in my experience, it's often not a single individual. It is a large group that is disrupting the meeting. And I think the same steps would apply, or in my experience, the same steps would apply where a statement is read, you will be cleared from the meeting and so on. And more often than not, it ends up, kind of inflaming or making it, emboldening the people to disrupt the meeting even further, which then leads to a recess, either a temporary recess or a recess to another room. I think, but I like the idea. I understand what you're saying. What I like the idea is laying it out pretty straightforward to everyone that this is what's going to happen and here's how we're going to do it. and we can even lay it out again in the instructions that we're going to recess if we can contain this. If you can control yourselves, we can come back and finish the meeting. If not, we'll move on to Plan B, and we don't necessarily need to describe what Plan B would be. But I mean, there's ways to deal with it, because more often than not, it's just not one person disrupting the meeting. It's a larger group that's disrupting the meeting.
So I'd say, Mayor, if you like this, I'm all for it. I mean, I just want to be sure that we can address this when we run into situations like this.
Yep. No, and I think it wouldn't be entirely dissimilar to what we've done in the past, just a little more formality to it and a little more structure to what we've been talking about and what we've, I think, done in the past in terms of how to handle disruptions.
Well, and Mayor, I'd add that, in those situations, it's always helpful to have the words that you need that are you see that a person seeks to speak, because there is a heightened level of energy, and it's helpful to have that language right there. So we ought to just put it in the document.
Mr. Mayor?
Chief.
Just in looking at Rochester's section 4.02 to address the issue that was just brought up by Councilmember Bowman and yourself, we could maybe see if Ms. Manderscheid could research the ability to edit that to say, it says right now a member of the public, but maybe you could say a member or group of individuals acting as a group or something like that, or multiple members acting as a group, so that warning could be directed at what would be multiple members, but all of those who are acting in a particular way, as to way to still use that language, but address it in a group format as opposed to just an individual member.
I like that idea. That's a good idea. Council, any other thoughts on this? All right, hearing none. Ms. Manderscheid, were there other sections we were going to go to, or was this our ending point this evening?
Mayor, members, that's actually the last section of the rules that we are set to discuss.
Council, any thoughts? Anything on this? So then what are the next steps, Ms. Manderscheid?
The next steps are that I'm going to take the, I think, 6 to 8 inches of drafts that I have here from all of your comments in previous meetings, and pull that all together, and hopefully get that to you by early next week, so that you have multiple days to look at it in preparation for the meeting on the 25th, where we will potentially be acting by resolution to adopt new rules of procedure. If all of the stars align, I would get it to you by the 15th, so that you'd have an extra weekend in there, and I'll do my best to do that. But it's a big document. I'll also be working with Denise Christensen and other members of the staff on that one pager that will become an appendix to the rules, and update that similarly. As I mentioned earlier, as a reminder, both the rules and that one pager are located on our council website and are located in the back of the room. The other thing that Chief Potts and I have discussed several times, and I know he's a big fan of it, is producing a document that is posted outside of the chambers that states all of those rules in a larger, more easy to read format and in multiple languages, so that everybody knows sort of the expectations upon entering the chambers and participating in the meetings. So once we get some language locked down, then the plan would be to work with communications to get something like that produced. And hopefully by that time, we might even be meeting in person and be able to have people physically read it. If not, we would obviously put it on the website and do all those other things too. But that's sort of the next couple of steps out in the plan moving forward. I believe Chief Potts doesn't Hennepin County have something published and posted?
In the county boardroom is my understanding, yes.
Mhm. So there are other examples of that, and so we would sort of look to those examples and be refining it. Once we feel like it's all ready to go, we'll take those next steps.
And I like that, and I like also. I mean, we before we shut down and everybody started staying home. I mean, we had started the process or the tradition of having somebody meet folks at the door. What do we call them? A docent or a greeter, whatever it was. And I think I know we've got a great communication staff, and they could think about ways to put this all together to get information in the hands of people as they walk in, whether it's the agenda, just the agenda for the evening, whether it's this is what to expect to happen at a council meeting, and don't be surprised when it does happen, and if things go sideways, here's what's going to happen, and here are the rules that we expect everybody to follow when they're as part of a council meeting. So it might be something to think about, whether it's a little trifold or a brochure or something, however we want to put it together. But I think it would be, if we have somebody at the door greeting people, they might as well have something to put in people's hands so they understand what they're seeing as they sit here in our council chambers and watch what we're doing. So just a thought.
Mayor, members, I share that opinion, and I've actually have a file of some examples of those from other communities.
That would be great. Love to see those.
On the same page. I also feel a duty to remind you that recently you passed a law, or a rule rather, requiring that the meeting end at 11. And I know you all have 2 agenda items left and 20 minutes. So if there isn't anything else, I should probably wrap up so that you can get to your 2 additional items and honor the 11 o'clock deadline.
I do recall, and by the clock on the wall here, it says we have 23 minutes. So, Councilmember Beloga, that gives you just an extra 3 minutes to ask a very quick question here. Councilmember Beloga.
Oops, sorry.
That she includes a red line copy along with the final draft of the rules of procedure that she sends to all council. Second issue is so that we never get into and I understand the conditions that exacerbated the timeline, but this 18-month process for a reasonably simple task of rules of procedure seems like what we should have is a subcommittee of council members who take this on and make amendments on an ongoing basis, rather than the need to do this global kind of reconstruction of the rules of procedure that we're undergoing. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Beloga. Ms. Manderscheid?
Mayor, if you recall, some of you might recall it, a previous discussion that we had about the Rules Committee, and there is a Rules Committee in the Rules of Procedure. It currently just takes actions related to censuring a member and sort of actions related to not following the rules. One of the proposals that I had made was akin to what Councilmember Beloga just mentioned, in that would essentially become a subcommittee and then do that, make those recommendations, and then do that analysis and make those recommendations to the council. If the body has changed its mind and would like me to put that back in, I can certainly do that.
I think that is a discussion for another evening, considering, as you mentioned earlier, the time pressures that we're facing right now. So I think let's leave it as it is now, and as we've discussed it previously, and if we decide to put it back in, we can put it back in. How about that? All right, very good. Thank you for that. Thank you so much for your work on this, Ms. Manderscheid. Let's go to item 8.3, a cooperative agreement with Three Rivers Park District, partnership for operations of Highland Greens Golf and Learning Center. We're going to welcome back our Park and Rec Director, Ann Catry, to talk us through this. Good evening. Thanks for sticking with us.
Thank you very much, Mayor, members of the council. I promise to be brief this evening. I'm bringing to you an opportunity to work towards a cooperative agreement with the Three Rivers Park District for operations of the Highland Greens Golf and Learning Center. As you know, Highland Greens Golf and Learning Center has been owned and operated by the city of Bloomington since the 1970s. It's a 9-hole par 3 course with a driving range, and bunker, putting, and short game practice areas. Highland Greens has had financial shortfalls for more than a decade, requiring general fund subsidies to offset operating losses, prompting an extensive operational review by staff, golf industry consultants, and a resident task force in 2016 to help determine the future of the golf course. In 2020, as you know, Highland Greens remained closed throughout the golf season due to budgetary pressures driven primarily by the coronavirus pandemic. In October of 2020, Renee Clark and I met with Three Rivers Park District staff leadership to explore potential programming and operational partnerships at Highland Greens and also in parkland around Bush Lake and the Minnesota River Valley, and to discuss the city's role as an implementing agency of the Metropolitan Council Regional Park System. On December 7th, as a follow-up to the initial meeting, City Manager Jamie Verbrugge, Assistant Parks and Recreation Director Renee Clark, Mayor Bussey, and Council members Beloga and Nelson and I met with Three Rivers Park District Superintendent Bo Carlson, Chair John Gunyu, and Commissioner John Gibbs to further discuss the Highland Greens operating partnership in particular. Representatives from both agencies acknowledged Three Rivers Park District's similar experience with golf operations, including lessons and instruction, and expressed a desire to continue working towards a partnership in which the Three Rivers Park District assumes operational control of Highland Greens, providing the community with continued access to this valued recreational amenity. In this scenario, the City of Bloomington would retain ownership of the property. It was decided at this meeting that participating agency representatives would seek concurrence from the full Bloomington City Council and respectively the Three Rivers Park District Board to direct staff to pursue an operational agreement and possible joint powers agreement to help facilitate Three Rivers Park District's operation of Highland Greens, beginning with the upcoming 2021 golf season, while also continuing to develop the framework for additional potential operating partnerships related to parkland, programming, and natural resource management. The Three Rivers Park District Board voted unanimously on January 7th at their board meeting to authorize staff to negotiate with the City of Bloomington for the operation of Highland Greens Golf and Learning Center. The Three Rivers Park District shares our mission of making golf accessible for everyone, especially underserved groups like youth, seniors, and the BIPOC community members, providing strong and successful youth programs, including bringing a First Tee program to Highland Greens, growing the game of golf and being a feeder course for golf facilities like Dwan, and providing outstanding facilities and customer service. And the Three Rivers Park District currently owns and operates several successful golf operations, including Baker National, Cleary Lake Golf Course, Eagle Lake Golf Center, and they also operate Glen Lake Golf and Practice Center and Parkers Lake Golf Center through a cooperative agreement with Hennepin County. So the action requested this evening is to direct staff to work with staff from the Three Rivers Park District to develop a cooperative agreement for the management, operation, and maintenance of Highland Greens Golf and Learning Center, beginning with the 2021 golf season.
Council, questions? Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. How long would the agreement be for?
That's a great question, Councilmember Carter. We have not begun any contract negotiations whatsoever. So I don't have a direct answer to you for that, and certainly would be interested in taking any feedback if any council members have any. What I will say is in the agreements that they have done with Hennepin County, they have traditionally entered into a shorter agreement with the opportunity to extend that agreement. So possibly starting with a 3-year term, something like that, with extensions afterwards. But again, we haven't begun any conversations regarding contract negotiations.
Got it. Thank you.
Councilmember Lohman.
I like what you just said about starting with a shorter piece. I'm willing to offer a second if Sean wanted to move this motion.
I'd be happy to, Dwayne, if no one else has any. comments or thoughts?
Let's make sure we've got everybody's thoughts, ideas, or comments on this, but would agree. Anyone else with reactions or thoughts? I'm not seeing any. Chris, can you scroll up just a touch so I can see if there's nobody else up there? Very good. I'm not hearing any other comments or questions. I think, I mean, we had this meeting, as Ann mentioned, we had this meeting, and I think there was near unanimous agreement that it's a great direction to go, and certainly worth continuing the conversation. I'm glad to hear that the Three Rivers Park District voted unanimously to pursue this. I think they've got a fantastic track record in terms of managing this type of smaller golf course, learning center type golf course, and I think it'd be a huge benefit for all of Bloomington and for the Three Rivers Park District to continue the great partnership that we've had over the years. So with that, Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I would just like to thank Ann and Renee and our Park and Rec team for looking into this partnership opportunity and bringing it to this point. I think this is a great opportunity to preserve and protect Highland Greens Golf in a way that's financially stable. So with that, I would move to direct staff to work with staff from the Three Rivers Park District to develop a cooperative agreement for the management, operation, and maintenance of Highland Greens Golf and Learning Center beginning with the 2021 golf season.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Nelson and a second by Councilmember Lohman to direct staff to work with Three Rivers Park to develop a cooperative agreement for Highland Greens. Council, further discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0, and I would say 7-0 enthusiastically. So thank you much, Ann. Thank you to Renee, and looking forward to see where this progresses. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
On to item 8.4, City Council Policy and Issue Update. Mr. Verbrugge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. One item I just wanted to provide some follow-up on from last week's meeting. For those who may still be watching or sticking with us, at last week's meeting, the City Council members spent some time talking about what's top of mind for each of the council members as we go into 2021. And had quite a list of issues that are important to the respective council members. And I just wanted to let the council know that over the next week or so, I'm going to work with our staff and put together a little summary of what each of those might look like, and then send some information back out to the council to maybe prioritize those things and see if we can get some consensus on what might bubble up to the top of being on folks' minds. So we are planning to bring back a conversation as follow-up, probably in early February, to talk about some of the things that were discussed last week and get some more direction from the council. I just wanted to let you know that we have I have a plan in place for following up on that. Bring it back to you. Certainly welcome any input from you offline if you have any suggestions as well.
Thank you, Mr. Verbrugge. That's good. I'm glad we'll have a second time to talk about all of the different ideas that came out of our last meeting. I appreciate that. Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. Real quick, this is more just kind of a follow-up question on a conversation we had earlier tonight. It really is kind of a bee in my bonnet to follow up on a joke theme from earlier tonight, but what could the timing be if my colleagues were amenable to have a conversation about updating our legislative priorities listing, to have a conversation about NPCA standards at the state level? I think we raised a lot of good points tonight about watching out for our residents, especially their health and well-being, and the fact that we can't set more stringent standards than the state kind of rankles me quite a bit. So I'm sure there's a lot of research that needs to get done on the staff side, but what could the timing look like on that if we were to move forward?
Mr. Verbrugge?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Councilmember Martin, I wouldn't anticipate that anything would be achieved yet during this legislative session. And I think part of the research would be understanding the rulemaking process, as well as city attorney mentioned and planning staff mentioned. Yes, there's enabling language in legislation, but much of the standard that we have to comply with is laid out in Minnesota rules. And so I think there's a fairly lengthy process there. And I think it would be a pretty intensive research project for our staff before we would even be prepared to go to the state and try to engage in conversation about, where there may be standards that would lend themselves to some more local decision making, or more devolved a little bit more to local authority. One of the issues I think that is maybe more ripe for review is through our own comprehensive planning process, and looking at some of these areas that act as transition issues. I think this is a point that a number of council members have identified, and even our own planning staff identified in the course of that discussion, is understanding what types of uses serve in those transition areas, and what we can do going forward in the future to make sure that we're not creating issues down the line, whether it is for noise reasons or for the potential emissions coming out of an operation. And I do know that there are other operations like this around the city that we could probably have our environmental health team give us a little bit of an update on, with a little bit of digging, where they see most of their return complaints or activity. And I think you'll see maybe there's a little bit of a theme there. And a lot of it has to do with neighboring or residential areas that are adjacent to some light industrial or warehousing where there's traffic. I mean, these are the really challenging things when you get into the planning realm about trying to fit districts together. So I think there's a two-pronged approach that we can take on this. The one is more local and focused on what we can do to manage and control those situations. The other, I would suggest, is a much longer term, probably fairly resource intensive. And frankly, it's going to be a couple-year process to try and engage the state policymakers and state agencies in trying to make some change. So that might be one of those things that we want to kick into a conversation for a future retreat or a prioritization conversation, and would certainly welcome more discussion. Those are just some thoughts right off the top of my head, Councilmember Morton.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilmember Coulter.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor. Just two brief items. I don't know if our Parks and Rec director is still paying attention, but I just wanted to thank our Parks and Rec department for the winter activity kit that they distributed to a number of families in Bloomington, mine included. I'm sure I'm not the only parent of a young child who is, shall we say, running short on ways to keep busy these days. So I just wanted to send a note of thanks. We really appreciate that. And then the second thing, I just wanted to again remind the folks who are still watching about my virtual community conversation event. Again, that will be the evening of January 28th, starting at 7 p.m. Will be done through Zoom. But if you want to get in touch with me, I can get you the link to register for that.
Councilmember Lohman.
Yep, I just briefly wanted to just say very quickly, I know last week during public comment, there was a speaker, Natalie Morose, and I just wanted to be sure that I offer an apology to her if she misunderstood my words to be saying anything other than just trying to correct a little bit of a factual error. I'm certainly grateful that she did bring up the DMV, but just making sure that we make sure our comments are as accurate as we possibly can make them. And I want to apologize if, given our positions as council members, I want to be careful to make sure that you don't feel that your opinions and your points of view are not being taken serious by this council. So I certainly want to apologize if that's the way you feel. I know we've talked about that offline and you wanted something public. Here it is. With that, Mayor, I'd be willing to, if there's nobody else who wants to speak, to offer a motion to adjourn before 11 o'clock.
Let me make one more call. Council, anybody else? With just 4 minutes to spare, Councilmember Lohman.
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second by many to adjourn. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. We are officially adjourned. Thank you all. Good work tonight. Good work by staff. Good work by council. Thanks much. Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.